Hello, people. Sorry. I think we're a little past 10 minutes. And I gotta get back into things here. Main. I clicked it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh. How was your weekends? How were all of your weekends? How was the weekend for all of you? Yeah, that works. Otherwise it implies that we had multiple weekends. I was just looking over the scene before starting here, just to kind of see what I wanted to do today. I mean, we kind of need to finish up this section, and I was thinking maybe we could expand the desert area just a little bit more. Again, I don't really have any assets to put back here, but we'll find something. Even if I have to buy some like cheap pack with some cactuses or something, I don't fucking care. Do it. Maybe I can find some free ones or something. I was also thinking that maybe we could start doing some of the... I don't know if I want to do it yet. I don't like that we don't have any color on the ground here. Like none. It's just green. So I was thinking maybe we could take some of the flower assets that we have and start to build some interactable assets, you know? That way we can place them down with the foliage system and make the game look a bit more appealing. But that's more just to kind of satisfy my own desires to make it look appealing. Mushroom. You do have mushrooms. Hey, Floofy. We have a lot. We actually have a lot. The thing with the flowers that I want to do is... I'll show you guys. It's the same thing with Elder Scrolls, where you have patch of flowers that you can pick, right? Okay, here's your ground. Here is your patch of purple flowers. And hold on. Okay. You pick them, right? Okay, you collect the ingredients, and then you end up with this being left on the ground, right? And then after a certain period of time, it grows back. So we kind of need to like create multiple assets of this. Hey, said Unicorn Kitty. Been a while. Good to see you. So that's my thought, at least, because we can place down the assets. We can make an interactable purple flower, whatever the fuck, and we can pick it, but then it's just going to disappear. And we want it to change meshes or hide certain meshes. We planted digital flowers today. I was thinking of it, but we'd have to create this. It would be nice to create one variant of it just to test the idea, but we don't have the greatest assets in here to work with yet, I don't think. I can check. Dreamscape, meadows, let's see, meshes, foliage. Yeah, like we have some flowers and some like ground flowers and shit. I'd have to make one where we have multiple flowers of these in the mesh and then some of them disappear or something. Place the PNG. Oh yeah, you want this in the game? Flowers would be fun. It would be fun. We can either do that or we can finish up the desert area, which I think is pretty much the last. For me, it's the last major area that we really need to just kind of touch up the outsides of, and then we can just start to build inside of it. Mouse-made flowers. Okay, let me destroy the bitrate of the stream right now. Let's do that. We can either just kind of finish this area up. I wanted to also expand it a bit, just maybe just out to like here. I don't know. We could do either. We need to do both, so we could do either. This is my hole. Man, you guys remember, I have fond memories of trying to go into this cave and it crashing with our old GPU. Fond memories. It sucked. It was bad. It was so bad. Okay, we could do flowers. We can at least make one to test the idea, right? I also should really upload my changes to plastic. The thing is, we only have, I think, 5 gigabytes available on plastic on our repo before I have to pay for more. So I kind of wanted to get rid of some of this shit. You know, collision prims. Okay, where was the interactable? Ingredients, blueprints, collectible ingredient. EP flower. Parent class collectible ingredient. Okay, so we kind of did it. We kind of started on it. But I think I need to make a... I need to rework this blueprint. Parent class interactable, okay. I want to make a variant where it doesn't just delete, it doesn't just destroy the actor, but it can just specify certain meshes to remove or something like that. How do we want to do that? Probably just change the main mesh. But if we change the main mesh, that could get a little bit, oh yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because imagine if we place it on like uneven ground or something, and then it just changes the mesh, and then the level designers are gonna get fucked up because they don't know how it's going to change. It would be it would provide a bit more freedom if they could place the meshes that they want in the right way. In which case we need to specify... Again, it's a prototype. Then again, it's a prototype, and I don't need to go too crazy with it. Well, I know one thing we can do to touch this up. We can promote this to a variable. Actually, amount to add is fine. And make that instance editable. That way there are some things you might be able to collect and it adds multiple of them to your inventory rather than just one. Okay, let's do a boolean. B is destroyed when collected. Branch, true. Destroy the bitch. I think maybe just switching meshes will be easier. For a prototype, at least. We only need to test if the idea of it regrowing over time, and some things might not regrow over time, right? Like some things might be, like the caterpillars, for instance. They spawn on the trees themselves, or something, right? You collect them, they don't grow back in the same place. They're just destroyed. They might randomly appear again, but in a different place, maybe. Destroy actor. Instance editable. Yeah, we'll do 2 meshes. We'll just do... Well, we'll do the base mesh, but we'll just have static mesh to switch to or something. Granted, I then have to make static meshes for the flower group, so I'd have to like use this or have one with multiple. Be easier to use blueprints for that. And then just disable ticking. Okay, mesh, blueprint, to switch to. Can I do that? Wait. That kind of is accurate. That kind of is. I think if I just do a blueprint class. Actor. BP. Gradient mesh. Isn't your fucking emotes? You have some crazy emotes. Alright, let's see. Static mesh, which isn't very static, but it is technically considered that. SM flower 1. Yeah, it's kind of different, but we do have a few, don't we? Oh, they're great. They're different sizes too. Wonderful. Just what I love. Let me see what this, how big this is. Fucking huge. Hey, Fraser. Okay, you guys, this really sucks. I don't know why the Twitch dashboard does this sometimes, but you guys are all fucking blue. It's like, Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna know who's typing. Flowers can get big, that's true. I really hate the dithering effect that they do on that, but the dithering is really good for performance. Yeah, oops, all blown. Like, here's what I want to do with it. I want to create like a small collection of... Right, that doesn't... What if we... I have an idea. We could still create the blueprint, but what we'll do is we'll send a message to it with blueprint interfaces. Now, if we hook up... What am I trying to say? Hold on, what am I trying to say? Rather than switching to a different mesh, we can just put in a child blueprint and trigger it and be like, hey, if you have anything linked up to get rid of, any meshes to get rid of, then just get rid of it. What if they just shrink when gathered and scale back up over time? My only issue with that is, and that could work, is that you wouldn't know if they're fully available yet. There would be a really... there'd be a period of time where it would be really hard to distinguish, and it's easier if it's just kind of non-linearly, boom, you know, not grown back yet, grown back. Like just the binary kind of growth. Sweet peas had during spring, if I was just told my trailer. Oh my god. Sweet pea plants can get that high? I've grown pea plants, but I was a kid, so I don't really remember too much about them. Peas are... okay, I'm weird. So I like peas and like lima beans. I think they taste pretty good, especially with a little bit of salt in them. But I know that peas and lima beans are something that people usually don't like. Could also... How detailed do I want to make this? Because I could put on construction script where it randomizes the location within certain radius of the meshes, right? Apparently they get high, so these were flowers called sweet peas, not the evil kind. Oh, or their seeds that look like pea pods. Oh, I didn't know that. Sunflowers are, you know, that's true. Sunflowers do get really fucking big. I've always wanted to try roasting a sunflower head, you know, to make my own roasted sunflower seeds. I don't know how difficult it is, though, to do in, like, the oven. I don't know if you have to just, like, slow roast it on a low temperature, or if you have to pop the seeds out and then just, you know, sprinkle them across I don't know, fucking pan. I don't know what the method is for that. I have made homemade soybeans, like roasted soybeans. It takes a while, but it is pretty cool. It's pretty fun. I eat them really quickly, though. Imagine it's similar to roasting almonds. I make the... Have you guys ever had the candied almonds? You guys ever had these? With cinnamon and sugar? I've made these before, it's pretty fun. And it's not too difficult. No, I don't want to get too crazy with this. The thing is, I just need to make sure, I want to make it so that I can put new meshes into these and just have it work. Or like a child blueprint or something, or I don't know. We don't need too many flowers, I just need some for the prototype. I've had roasted peanuts, those are good too. Although I found that when making roasted peanuts, I found that it stuck to the peanuts. It was a little bit harder to stick to the peanuts than the almonds. I've also made, I've made shrimp gumbo before. It's not like, it's not a candy, right? But that was tough. Never tried roasted almonds? You definitely should. They're so good. Things I would like a few variations. I could just make variations. I could duplicate the blueprint, make variations. That's fine. I really shouldn't get too detailed with this. I'm supposed to fail quickly when making prototypes, not too crazy with it. Okay, let's duplicate. Make little tiny ones. Okay, that didn't rotate all of them. Fine. God, look at the wind gets applied really fucking weird when they're scaled down. Fuck me. I kind of wanted to turn off that automatic wind. Just turn it down. Fuck me. Wobbly flowers, yeah, that's the wind is really it's a bit much. Wind intensity uses simple wind. In the plants master. Comment, wonderful. I love it. Great comments. I mean, the issue here is just that they're from different asset packs. Obviously, the full game, I'd probably still want certain things to be affected by wind, like, you know, duh. But we would just have the art director handle it from a single parameter that then the weather could hook up into. So I just don't want them looking silly. I don't mind them, you know, wobbling a bit, but the amount that they were wobbling was kind of a bit too much. I could turn up the intensity back a little bit. Maybe 0.6, 0.4. That's a bit better. Interactable collision. Okay, so instead of having the mesh, I'm gonna add a blueprint child actor. Oh, mesh. Speaking of mesh, did you guys watch the first episode of Dungeon Meshy? You have a Discord that I can share the sweet peas followers. Yeah, below or if you type in !Discord, you get a link, or below the stream, there is a panel with a link that takes you to Discord. Yeah, we do that fucking overlay material. Delete that for now. Yeah, have you guys watched that, or read the manga of Dungeon Meshi? Delicious in Dungeon. Basically, group of adventurers eat monster. It's like Food Wars, but with fantasy monsters. Yeah, it's not really like Food Wars, but it is like a food anime in a fantasy dungeon. Yeah, it was pretty good. I kind of liked it. I've only seen the first episode. I haven't read the manga or anything, but pretty good. I like the art style of it. Although I'm gonna be honest, right now I think Frieren is probably the best anime currently airing. It is so fucking good. Every episode I'm like, man, it just can't be this good for this long. This one has to be a little bit worse. Then it's like, fuck no, this one was good too. Hey, Crossroads. Let's see, meshes. Weird. Yeah, we should put a blueprint interface on this. Ingredient mesh, flowers. Or actually, I should make a new parent class. I should make BP ingredient mesh. Make a BPI. BPI ingredient mesh. If you guys, like really good stories, really well written characters, beautiful soundtracks, beautiful backgrounds and art, check out Frieren. Even if you're not huge into anime, I think that you would like it. It is exceptional. Ingredient mesh. Okay, perfect. Load this up. Let's add a new function for hide meshes, and we'll do one for show meshes. And then in the parent here, I think that is good. And then if I reparent this to ingredient mesh, should inherit that. Perfect. Large flower 1, large flower 2, large flower 3, small flower 1. What's up, guys? We got any controversies to talk about? Any crazy things in games? You know, I always see stuff. I always see crazy things that developers say on Twitter that actually are kind of true, but they're said in such a bad way that gamers automatically fight back against it. And it's always like, okay, I don't want to come to the defense of the developer, but I do agree with the things that are being said. I just don't like the way it's being said. But then I want to help clarify the meaning behind it. And then I always forget. I always forget what they were. Okay, we can close this. We can close these. Vent graph, meshes, it. Got the flowers picking random before they started to take over the trailer and the neighbor's trailer. These are pretty. They look like morning glories, almost. I don't think they are though. They look like morning glories. Kind of. It might be. Yeah, but the structure of the flower is a bit different. There's something else. They're like as thin as like poppies. They're sweet peas or snow peas is what my dad calls them. Snow peas plant. I should have typed in like flowering snow peas. Yeah, you know what? That does look a lot more right. For the structure of the, it's definitely more accurate, yeah. Really cool. It's a cool plant. The pea pod is the seed. Oh, interesting. Man, I love vines. Vines are so great. Hummingbird moths. Oh man, I haven't seen a hummingbird moth in so long. I love moths. Moths are really pretty. Ooh, it's a cool caterpillar. Saw them all the time at my parents' house. They're so cute. Yeah, I love caterpillar. I like any time as a kid when I found a caterpillar, we would try to raise it into the butterfly or moth. It's so much fun. Moths scare me. Okay, some moths are kind of scary. I've only raised one Luna moth before, and they are just stunningly beautiful. Especially their feelers, whatever the fuck they're called. I forget what other. Hold on, Wisconsin moths. Okay, these, yeah, silk moth. Okay, we've raised a couple of these because that looks very familiar. But I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure of the other ones. We've definitely raised a few of these ones. But we definitely raised more butterflies, I think. Like the painted lady, whatever the fuck they're called. I think are what these are, but just called differently. Bunch of monarchs. Faces. You're just really scared of moths, huh? Ones that can't eat kind of sound horrifying, for example. Ones that can't eat? Huh? This is where we keep on getting moths the size of my hand spawn into my house 3 at a time. They do have a particular affinity for getting inside of houses, despite their size. Oh, we also, I don't know if you guys live in areas, but we have June bugs. These beetles, which are, they don't do anything bad, but they are just really dumb. They are extraordinarily dumb. They just fly into everything, they bump into everything. And they're big too, so they just kind of make like this loud like thump every time they hit something. However, when we had a bearded dragon pet, which are awesome pets by the way, these are exceptionally good pets. They're very friendly, very good for families. They're pretty fun to have. We had one and she loved to eat June bugs. Every summer we would just get those and give them to her as treats. I hate those, they're annoying. They're really big. Maybe I can find a video. YouTube June bugs. Bugs. Look, I can't find any good video. They just fly all around. They're kind of pests in a way. They're kind of pests, but they just, I don't know. They're just big. They're like the size of, I don't know. I guess like my thumb, like just the tip of my thumb like this, they're about that big. You know, so they're pretty sizable. You have giant desert centipedes, oh shit. Centipedes are nasty. I mean, I like centipedes. I like a lot of, like, I enjoy bugs for the most part, but centipedes are just nasty. They are vicious. Even the small ones, they'll just fucking bite you for no reason. They don't make good pets. However, I will say, I once had a giant African millipede as a pet, and these are awesome pets. These are really cool. Millipedes just eat like plant matter and stuff. They're really friendly. They're really friendly. They feel really awesome when they're walking on you. And they're pretty chill. Had a few mantids. Oh shit, that'd be so cool. The size of the flies that I get over on by my trailer, I get monster flies. Oh my god. I don't like big flies. Okay, I like a lot of bugs, but big flies, no. Because the big flies are usually assholes. Show flowers. I think I just said visibility, right? I guess I could just do it this way. BP collectible ingredient, destroy actor, otherwise get mesh and send to it the item meshes message. Curious if that'll work. BP collectible ingredient. Okay, so from BP collectible ingredient, delete that. Send some pics. Whoa. Yeah, these are pretty wild. I mean, I don't know if I would ever hold one, but okay, I might do it. I might hold one. I think I'd feel safer holding like a tarantula, just because actually tarantulas are a lot more docile than giant desert centipedes can be. I would do it, but man, if this bites you, it's gonna hurt like hell. Like hell. See mice and Liz, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I would much rather hold a tarantula. But I do like spiders too, so that does kind of impact it. Most tarantulas actually make very good pets. They're very docile. You just have to be careful about their hairs, because they're very, very thin, and they use them to irritate. They use them as a weapon, right? Or as like a defensive tactic, not a weapon. And that it can make your skin itch for a while. I think for like a few hours if it gets into your skin. But you piss off a giant desert centipede, it's not gonna be great. I was out here too, along with those tarantula hawks, which scare the crap out of Poseidon. I would definitely not. I watched Coyote Peterson. I don't know if you guys watch his YouTube, but I watched him get stung by one, and that was not great. Pass. I hate big wasps. I hate big wasps. There's also like some giant Japanese hornets. I forget the name of them, but these are absolutely scary as well. Yeah, pass. I'm gonna pass on that. Thanks, but no thanks. Man tames killer Japanese hornet and keeps it on a bit of string. No. 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 No, he doesn't. Okay, so if I create a child blueprint class of the collectible ingredient, pink flowers. I go in here and I set the mesh to be ingredient mesh flowers. I adjust the collision size, be a bit more fair. Theoretically, I should be able to just place this down, and if I collect it, right now it's not going to add anything to my... Okay, that didn't work. It didn't work. Adjusting the volume of that. We don't seem to get claimed for playing Elder Scrolls music, but I'm going to be really careful about it. Because I feel like if there's anybody that's going to make claims on that, I think Bethesda would. They shouldn't as long as we talk over it, but Yeah, we'll see. Why didn't that work? Collectible ingredient. Oh wait, let me, hold on. Is destroyed when collective false. Maybe it's because ingredient ID is not there. Or it's because this needs to get the, hold on, I need to do, get, like, what is it called? It's like get child actor. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, then we also need to put in some, we need to put in a state. We need to put in a B or not that. We need to, okay, let's make a enum. And we'll call this E collectible ingredient state. And the enums will be let's see. I think 3. We could do harvested, growing, grown. Collectible ingredient. Let's put it on the parent. The collectible ingredient state. Let's call this state. And default will be grown. Yeah. And we'll set the state here to harvested. And now on interact, we will get the state. We'll switch on state. If it's harvested, do nothing. If it's grown, then we can perform the logic we need. And that way the player can only harvest it once until it is fully grown again. Which we would be able to see better if we had some, I don't know, some debug. Let's just put in string append harvested amount to add, and then ingredient ID. Space. There we go. Right now it's just gonna say 1, harvested 1, none. Yeah, harvested 1, none. But now we can't spam it because it's not grown again. It's harvested for the moment. I mean, what we can do is we could increase the size of these again a little bit, because if I place that onto the grass or something over here, maybe it is kind of hard to see those smaller flowers. They didn't even show up, what the fuck? Yeah, it's really hard to see them. Although I think it's because the terrain is a little bit elevated and I just kind of dragged them right over. We'll make things a little bit bigger. That way it's easier to see from a distance as well. I was a bit too hasty on making those smaller. But our grass is pretty big, so yeah, we'll do that. Take these. They shouldn't be multiple values for scale. Oh, I think I did make some a little bit bigger. 0.0. Let's try 0.07 for those, and then we'll do 0.3. Yeah, it's a bit easier to see. But I thought I crashed the game. There's quite a hang up on that. At least now you can see, okay, you know, they're not grown back yet, and then we'll do some sort of like trigger, I guess, on the collectible ingredient. We'll throw in like an interface on here so that when the when something triggers in day, if we have like a day-night cycle, we can say, okay, how many days has it been since you've regrown? Those look much more like wildflowers, not like that. Yeah, they look better. I can make, what could I do? Do I make child classes of the collectible ingredient? Do I make children of it? Or do I just use BP collectible ingredient and essentially just make this mesh an instance editable material kind of thing. Instance editable class. Could I even do that? Maybe? Kind of makes me think of the wild rose. I really like wildflowers. It would be really cool to have, you know, a part of our game that looked, you know, like something like this. The only problem that I have with doing something like this is just that how would the player know what's collectible? And if we put something in this, I almost feel like players would want to collect these. So how do we do a big patch of wildflowers? Just, you know, this beautiful, open, sprawling area. Which if you guys have ever get the chance to visit an area like this that's just full of wildflowers, you should do it. Especially during like the summer or when it's, you know, when they're actually blooming. Because it's beautiful to see them, to see all the bugs around them, just, you know, all the bees just collecting pollen. It's like there's this dense ecosystem of life right there, and if you bend down and you look at it, you'll see like a billion different bugs. It'd be really cool to have this, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't look bad and still allows the player to interact with it. So that's gonna have to be prototyped. Yeah, the mountains are a great spot for that. Especially like Glacier National Park, flowers. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Ooh. Boy, is that sexy. And very low resolution. It didn't look that bad. Okay, that's a better one. I love it. Give me a horse, cowboy hat, and I'll do it. I will gladly do it. I live near the Rocky Mountains, so I live near the Rocky Mountains, so I get to see lots of lovely plants. Lucky. There's also, you know, if I had a choice, I think I would also do the Swiss Alps in summer. I have to go to the Swiss Alps. But it's just so pretty. Just live in a little village. Just say fuck it to everyone. Yeah, fuck you. This is my village. That's my dream. Can I adjust the child actor on this? We can set child actor class. Colon a component instance in a world. Class defaults. Okay, the only problem with doing that though. No, we don't want to do it that way. We don't want to do it that way. Because then we can't change the collision box size. So it is better to do child blueprints. Dad has some natural wildflowers in his garden too. I think he has some bushy flowers. But dude, I miss having flowers. I'm really not a fan of living in the city. There are really good parts about it. And I don't mind living close to a city. Like, you know, within reasonable commute distance, right? But I don't like living in the city. I miss my suburban lifestyle back in the States. I just feel it's better for mental health too, and like just being in a neighborhood. It was great. Everybody knew each other. They were helpful, kind. I think the atmosphere was better. Living right in the edge of my city. So kind of like suburban in a way. Or like a weird mix between suburban and urban. That was like... So we could paint these. So how did we do it before? We did for foliage. You have to make a new foliage class. Some special class. This is source asset type static mesh. So can I do a... No. How do we do that? Oh, foliage. Actor foliage. Yeah, and then we adjust placement of everything. Okay. Can we make children of that? No. We can duplicate. So if we have like some standard settings for things, the reason I want to use the foliage system, which maybe is stupid, I don't think it's stupid actually. I don't think it's stupid. You don't look at the construction down the road, you think you were in the middle of nowhere. Then you see the city expanding, getting closer, tearing up the crops nearby. Yeah. Yep. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. I don't mind modernization, but I think that there's a way to do it that can smartly blend in nature. I mean, Singapore does that, doesn't it? Doesn't Singapore have like a big focus on mixing in nature where possible, that the world doesn't, or so that the city doesn't feel completely like urban? Sedona is big on that out here. Sedona. Oh, dude, that's beautiful. The inner cowboy in me is like, yes, I need this. I need this. Oh yeah, that looks nice. A lot of green. Fuck, I kind of want to move there. Like, it's a perfect mix of just like kind of small town vibes with nature, with cowboy aesthetic, you know, with that like kind of, I don't know, yeah, that's nice. That's pretty cool. Oh, I like their lamps too. It's expensive, just a warning. Fuck. So guys, if you have any subscriptions, any Twitch Prime subscriptions available. And there's a wetland area, so they have to find a way to work with us so roads don't get flooded. Ooh. Yeah, flooding is scary. It does look really nice though, it looks really pretty. Jealous. I still think it'd be cool. It would still be nice to have some way to have that highlight on meshes. We did make it, that like overlay material. Also have some interesting folk in that city. I don't know. What kind of interesting folk? I could just do a press E to collect kind of thing. Maybe it's not the most interesting, but in 1999, you had a bunch of people out there standing on a rock because they believed it would take them into space when the millennium came. Okay, well, let's be honest. There was a lot of weird stuff happening with the new millennium. There were so many conspiracies about what would happen. And you know what? That is I actually remember that day at my grandparents' house to celebrate 2000. And you know what happened? In 1 second, it was 1999, and then 1 second, it was 2000. And that's all that happened. That's it. And then a bunch of computers broke because the programmers didn't. Ignoring that. visibility. Shame they didn't make it to space. Dude, one day they will. You have to believe. Let me think here. Yeah, let me see what... I have to load up one of my other projects, actually, because I want to see what I did to make the text that rotates with the player. I always forget how to make that, and I've made it multiple times now, and I always forget how to make it. One of those things. There's so many people that should go to space so we can fix our planet. You know, at least wishing somebody to go to space because they're probably a bit not that great for society. Oddly is still a lot more tame than what some other people wish upon them. Do you have text on it? Yeah, it's this feature. I always forget how I make that. It's with the timeline, I think. Well, it's not. Oh. Okay, just that. Where is my tick? There. Get application, find look, break rot. Probably put a 20 on the yaw, actually. Or just find the exact rotation. I've been through enough therapy that I'm less likely to want harm for others. You know, I would say that should make sense, but there are a lot of people that I feel like have been through therapy and still feel that way. But I do think there is a correlation between, you know, if you've been through like trauma yourself, everybody goes through trauma, right? Life is suffering. We have to deal with that in different ways. But I feel like the more you experience and the more negative things that happen to you as a person, I feel like there is a correlation that you will want less harm on others, or you will not want to wish harm on others just because you know how it makes you feel. But it does require, I guess, some amount of empathy, and some people don't. I don't know about you, but I don't feel like society as a whole is super empathetic to each other. At least living in the city, I found that, and here in Poland, there doesn't seem to be some very high amount of like social empathy. Back in like suburban Wisconsin, I felt like there was more social empathy. I guess if we can coin that term here. Or things just like awareness. You know, if I'm in like, this is nitpicking, right? But if I'm in like a supermarket and I have a cart and I'm looking at something on the shelf, I'm very aware that I might be holding other people up. So if I'm looking at something, I'll just quickly look around me, see if there's somebody, and if there is somebody, I'll try to move out of the way. I don't feel like a lot of people do that. And sometimes it's, just accidental, right? Like you're too focused on something, you just aren't aware. But other times, you're clearly there, they're taking up your space, or they're walking in the middle of the aisle really slowly and taking up the whole space. And they just don't care. I don't know. I heard people with social situations no empathy. I don't know, I don't know, I feel like I nitpick with it, but... set world rotation, probably. We don't want relative rotation. A lot of people choose to stand in the middle of the aisle, yeah. Like, no care. I do the same thing too with like, okay, so I'm a believer in what I personally call societal karma, which is that generally I think that if you are nice to the people around you, it can encourage them to be nice to others, and eventually it works its way around to you, right? And you know, so I do this with like people at like if somebody's in a car and they've had to sit there for a long time letting people cross the street, I'll just like stop. I'll just be like, I think they've waited long enough. I'll just wait, let them go. You know, and I don't know. Maybe it's dumb. Maybe it sounds dumb to do, but yeah, the golden rule is still the golden rule, right? Treat others the way you want to be treated. But I feel like people have forgotten that that is still the most important rule in life. It is working. Gotta change its location so I can see it a bit better. I think it's also 180 degrees off. Put it like here. Default. Oh, we should center justify it too. Yeah, it's just 180 degrees off. Yeah, I strongly believe that too. I absolutely believe that. Wise man once said that change in the world starts with you, so if you want more kindness, it must start with you. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm not really a fan of the people who refuse to change because others around them aren't changing. It just seems like a cop-out. It's like being nice is not only good for other people, but it's good for you as well. Do you really want to walk around with so much hatred in your heart all the time? Is that really what you want? Because I just can't believe that anyone would actually want that. It's the wrong 180. Is it pitch? It ain't pitch. Fuck was it? Wait, hold on. No, it's 180 degrees off on the yaw, like I thought. Why did it look so weird then? Huh? Change is inevitable, just like death. Both are scary in their own way, but it's better to accept it and embrace it as part of life when scared. Yeah. I know quite a few people who believe that people don't change, but I don't find that's true at all. I think that change just usually comes from a lot of change comes from trauma. And that trauma itself isn't necessarily bad. You know, it's like if Phoenix must die to be reborn, so a part of you must die to be reborn and to be brought anew. So some things are, you know, good habits might die and be reborn into something worse. Bad habits might die and be reborn into something better. But it's still a. I mean, I guess trauma kind of has a negative connotation to it, but it. Not, I don't know. Maybe there's a better word to use than trauma, but it's something major that upsets the way that you think or believe, and you are reborn, or a part of you is. Look, maybe it's because we don't want the roll and pitch. Yeah, that would be it. Duh. I've seen the yin yang as life example, the good in the bad, the bad in the good. Yeah. Yin yang is. I always, you know, the more that I see it getting applied to, the more I realize just how brilliant of a philosophy it was. And is. Yeah, it looks pretty good, actually. Could increase the height on it a bit. Granted, that can always be adjusted on the, well, it can't really be adjusted on this, can it? We could make, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it a different way. What's our height on this? About 81, 80. Let's nullify that back to 0. Added a new float variable. Text height. Default 80. Instance editable. Instruction script. It. Set relative location. Now it can be adjusted on children, BBs. Truly is a great way of helping one understand balance, yeah. I always liked the line in Harry Potter 2 said by Sirius. And I'm gonna like paraphrase. I've seen it a lot. I really love Harry Potter. But it was like, the world isn't split between good people and Death Eaters. We all have the capacity for good and bad or something. And it's something like what really matters is the side you choose to you act in or something like that. It's a really good line by what's his name, the actor. He's a great actor. What's his name? Well, you guys know him. Except by series, I don't remember the actor's name. Christmas lights are falling down. Plug in Christmas lights. We can't work without Christmas lights. That guy from that show. Harry Potter is one of my favorite series. I have read the books too many times. Probably like 10, 15 times I've read those books. So good. Did the thing and said this stuff. Okay, the text, however, needs to be visible, not visible by default, and it needs to say press E to harvest or something. Press E to harvest. We'll just do E to harvest. Haven't finished them? They're mystic reads? You haven't finished them? How far through them are you? Actually, okay, so I really like the movies up until the fourth movie. I think from the fourth movie on, the accuracy to the book starts taking a pretty big hit. And especially in the later books, you miss out on so much good, beautiful detail. They were luminous. On the fifth book, I only read them when I get sick. Is it wrong for me to want you to be sick? Yeah, it is. It's wrong. I shouldn't want that. They're really comfy. I think the dialogue too is great between the characters. And the audiobook narrated by Jim Dale they're also really, really great. He nails certain characters that in a way that you wouldn't expect. Okay, let's see how that looks. It works for now. I don't. It works. I'm gonna switch the material though. I'm gonna make it emissive. But I need to actually make it emissive. Default text material opaque. I'm going to duplicate that. And we're going to move it to here for now. I've only watched a few movies of the Harry Potter series. The movies are good. I enjoy the movies for the most part, especially the third movie. The third movie and the third book are probably my favorite. But there are definitely some really big differences between the later books and movies that I think detract from the experience pretty heavily. Or there are differences between the books and the movies that make the movies worse, in my opinion. Emissive color. Let me just make it 1. That way you can see it during nighttime. Last thing I remember watching are Dragons in a Competition and Cedric Dying. That's in the 4th. That is the Goblet of Fire. This should make it visible during nighttime. You can change it to nighttime and see. That's the weather. I need the sky. Oh my god, I made nighttime really dark, didn't I? Okay. Auto exposure is coming in. I might need to boost up the emissive a little bit more on that. The 1.5. Why is that not emissive? Oh, we didn't. I didn't actually change the material to use it. Hold on. Go back to 1. Stupid idiot me. Emissive, there we go. Yeah, so I want to avoid some of the really bright. Need more stars and fireflies, yeah. I mean, the stars are there, it's just the auto exposure. They are there. It just takes a while. Of that fucking planet too. I have to fix the emissive on that. This isn't bad, but it's a little bit too much. Try 0.5. City stars, okay, that's fair. That's kind of true. I don't know if I can change the amount of stars, but we'll check. Okay, that looks a bit better. I need to make sure that that doesn't show either when the ingredient can't be harvested. Okay, event tick, rotation, in range. Let me make a custom event. Hide tooltip. Hide tooltip. Its state is equal enum to grown. I just thought stars get brighter out of the city and more visible. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. It is crazy how much they do. Ungrown, harvested, hide meshes, hide tooltip. Should work. That should work. Give it a shot. Once I can see. Yeah. We could increase the interaction range on that too a little bit, but it's good for now. Good for now. Okay, emissive looks fine. I want to make this not be a fucking sun at nighttime. Oh yeah, I was gonna make a blueprint for that. Blueprint class, actor, BP planet. I'm actually able to see the Milky Way one day when visiting my grandmother who lives in a small town. Yeah, it's really cool when you can see it too. It's just kind of, I think you start seeing the sky in a different way when you can see the Milky Way. Oh shit. Can't see stars in day. There's some days that you can. If the Can I adjust? Oh, I can adjust the glow amount. What happens when I put that at 0? Okay, 1, 0.2. Such a flashbang, though. I mean, it looks kind of okay during daytime. During nighttime, it's really bad. My idea was just to make a planet. Sphere. Materials. Planet. And then I would adjust its glow amount based on the time of day. See the Milky Way a little where I live, causing me to buy a telescope, but that's cool. Always love seeing the Milky Way at my parents' house. I got to show Zayden what it looked like when we first moved out here. Nice. Not as bright as it used to be when I was a kid, though. Light pollution sucks, yeah. Night sky is so beautiful. Yeah, it is. I think it's kind of humbling, too. I don't think it's a bad thing to sometimes realize that we don't really matter, but not in like a way that's like not in like a destructive thinking kind of way, right? It's just that we are small forces. Finally saw the northern lights here. It was beautiful and green and dancing in the sky. I saw that once on a plane trip. Because there was like, you know, with like flight paths and stuff. Well, let me see. Globe. I need like a sample. So yeah, like my flight path, I think between the US and Poland went like this. Or was it when I was going to Japan? Well, either way, it was the same kind of thing, right? Where they do this because it's actually shorter distance than going this way. So we did get up north enough that I saw the aurora from the plane window, which was awesome. Okay, can I get ultra dynamic sky time? Can I get the time of day? If I type in time of day. Like real time of day though. Get local get I guess I could get the actor in the scene. It is a blueprint, right? So I get actor of class. Single actor of class. Ultra dynamic sky. I think it's sky, yeah. And time of day. Get time of day. We here, right? And what I want to do is I want to lerp. Want to lerp. So 0 is midnight, I guess. Means 12 is noon. Or if it's, yeah, so, okay. So it's exactly like that. So we almost want a... 0, 2400. Which means at like daytime would be like 6 a.m. is when it probably starts coming out, so 600. Yeah, so between like 600 and it's already nighttime by 8. Okay, 1800. We have like 600. Just put 6 here. Drawing mouse sucks. 1800. And we want like emissiveness to be lower and then, you know, higher. And then back low. Should be easy. Should be easy. Just some math. Could I just sync it up with a curve actually? Would a curve asset be much better for us here? Would. Float. Select. Planet emissiveness curve. Where I've rarely ever messed with curves. Where the fuck? How do we do this? I think I can just add a key. Okay, perfect. A key. And we're gonna set that to auto. Math. Thankfully, I think with curves I can avoid the math, but we need the keys to be .6. We need this to be 600. Let me add the last one. We'll do 2400 and 0. Then I think we can make it I need just what's I want this to be visible, but in a I think you can normalize the axes to like your highest and lowest values. You can do that with there's something else you can do that with. I don't know how. Oh wait, there we go. Zoom to fit. Up here, it looks like a fucking. It looks like a stupid ass, you know, mouse cursor symbol. Okay, whatever. Add key. Auto. This will be 600. Oh, and this should be like point 0.1. 0.1. Where did my other key go? The fuck? Up here, for some reason. What? don't fucking know what's going on right now. Where's the other key? There's some that's like really far off. I don't know what happened, but... How far can I scroll? Yeah, it's just... The numbers are beyond legible now. I have to try to sleep now. Was out all day because of migraine, but I have lots to do. I will lurk. No worries. No worries. Hope you get feeling a bit better. I think I just crashed the engine by scrolling all the way out. I got curious. I didn't know what would happen. Fuck. Yeah, I just crashed the engine. Oh yeah, it was just casually using 22 gigabytes of RAM. Okay. Oopsies. Okay, I have a warning, guys. Do not scroll out on a curve asset. I don't recommend doing that. Clearly, this is not something that you're meant to do. I don't know why I have that open. Alright, let's try that again. Add key. 0.1. Add key. This will be 600. 0.2. Add key. This will be 1200 and 1. Add key 1800. 0.2. 2400. 0.1. Still have that one at 0, 0 though, don't I? Zero, 1. It should kind of look like that. We can always add in more keys if we need to. You can set all of them to be. Yeah, kind of works. That works. Okay, on tick. Can I just get the curve? I need to add the curve as an asset. Somewhere, I don't know where you do that actually, but curve structure. Maybe just a curve float. Yeah, planet emissiveness curve. I have no idea what they're called. I've rarely ever used curves, so I don't know what the. How do we get a key on it? Like grab the data from it. Get value, get float value. Okay, probably that. On event begin play, create dynamic material instance. Parent is M planet. Which is probably where the glow amount is. Planet 1. Oh, it's a variable. Planet mat. And event tick, we're gonna grab that. Set scalar parameter value. Glow amount. And then we also need to get actor of class. Ultra dynamic sky. Time of day. Theoretically, this should work. We will see. Actually, I could test it on small scale. Does not look less glowy, but maybe scale does have some weight to play on that. Bright as shit, man. Really bright. It doesn't look like it doing it. Low amount parameter. Maybe it's because it is the wait. Set scalar parameter value. Your name. Oh, we probably need to update the spheres. Material, that would be smart. Oh yeah, that's much better. That is much, much better. All right, what is the size of this? This is like 483. I'm just gonna copy the transform of this actually. And then we'll paste it in. There we go. And then we will delete that one. Okay, so it's gonna look a little bit bright right now in editor, but when we actually select play, it should appear at a more reasonable value. Yeah. That's more reasonably bright. That is not eye-strainingly bright. It's not a flashbang. But during daytime, it should appear to be more closer to what it should be originally. Actually, I could just set time of day to tick. Animate time of day, day length, 0.1, 0.1. Yeah, and then we can watch. It should be working. We can probably check it out. Can we watch the value? Yeah. It's like, it's a little bit off, but it's not terrible. You know, the reality is that it is better. Yeah. It's better. And what I'm going to do is we're going to delete that. We're going to promote this to a variable. Planet material instance editable, default planet 01, and that way we can, if we want to put more up, we can just adjust it from that same blueprint. We don't have to make a new blueprint or anything. That's been bugging me for a while, that stupid planet emissiveness. Good to get that solved. Wood. Dobrze. Should work. Let's see. Planet material instance, if we change it to planet 2. We need to do one other thing. Which is get sphere, set material. That way we can see it update the material when the player changes it here. Yeah, looks good. Space planet. M planet. Okay, looks good. Let us change it back to daytime and not super long. Or super short, rather. Now it's a bit more normal. And our planet should be bright enough to see it, but not crazy. Why is that not working again? I think when it crashed, I forgot to... It didn't save the changes I made, fuck. Add event, custom event. Hide tooltip. Set visibility state. Get state is equal to Roan. Hide tooltip. Why didn't that work? There we go. Okay, what do we want to do next? We fixed that issue. We have our flowers. We could add more of them. Well, I wanted to set them up to work with the foliage system. But I want to make more of it first. I also don't think that we have any pink flower. I mean, look, if we need to rewrite all of our ingredients again, I'm not against doing it, just based on the assets that we actually have. Or at the very least, we need to include ingredients for the assets we have. Meaning, we don't have to delete anything, but we at least need to... We need to see where there's overlap. We need to add ingredients where we need to. And if there's too much similarity between a couple, we can just rework that to be the new thing. So if we have a pink flower already in here, we would just update the asset if we need it. But I think some of these things we may not be lucky enough to put into our game, like bell peppers. We don't really have a bell pepper plant. Maybe we can find something, or we can just make something up. I'm not sure yet. I'll have to be a little bit creative with some of it. Some things like the oak bark, we could make like tree blueprints that kind of spawn some of these once in a while near the base. It's probably gonna have to be like a white box situation where we just kind of, well, I guess we have wood textures. We could just kind of make it stick out a bit, or just let the player harvest from trees as much as they need. I'm not sure how we'll do some stuff like that. God, the base of that tree is really weird with the spots. Oh well, who cares? Who gives a shit? Yeah, this world is going to be a lot more interesting once we have more things to do in it. Ingredient harvesting, any mini games we want. Oh, that's a interesting collision on that. Do we even have collision on this rock? Which one was it? Okay, it does have collision. It's just kind of weird collision. That's fine. That is fine. Oh, I need a stretch, guys. Give me a sec. Oh, it is cold in here. My T-pose jacket. The cool thing is if we can get a demo or just anything on Steam that is downloadable and playable, even if it's just one of our smaller like game jam games, I believe we can apply for Discord verification as a game developer, and I think we get a lot of great features from that. I don't know if they're still doing that though. Discord game dev verification. Do they still have that? Active developer badge. This is developers alike. This isn't for game devs, right? Yeah, this is for like applications for developers. Discord verification. Verified server requirement. Business, brand, and figure of public interest. Well, we are a business. Applicant must both be the owner of the server and an official applicant should authenticate any other relevant social accounts in the profile to help us verify the validity of the application. Applicants should use a formal email address related to the brand, business, or entity. Yeah, I don't. I don't have it linked with that account. Authentic, original, recognizable. I mean, I guess I could still do it. Maybe I should try it. Not sure what we need for it. Yeah, it would give us a vanity URL so we could have like discord.gg/microraptor games or microraptor or something. We get an invite splash background and we get the server badge, which would be great. Would be pretty sweet. Kind of a shame we won't get the animated server icon or server banner. We would still need to boost those with Nitro or something. We'll see. Maybe I'll get in contact. I have a couple of people I can contact from Discord. Or if they show up at like Gamescom this year or something, I'll just talk to them there. But I think it would help our application if we actually had something on the Steam store. Right now we're still just kind of unknown. But I am talking with a couple of colleagues about doing a game jam this year. We don't know what time yet. We just have to work around our schedules. And it would be cool to make like a little game on Steam for free with all of the ideas in it. So like just package it into one. So whatever we make, if we make multiple things or we make one thing, we would just kind of finish it up a little bit, add in, you know, menu and options, and then just release that for free. It'd be cool if we had a full... Oh, you know what, it would be... Okay, maybe we could do it this way. We could release a product for free on Steam with our jam game. And then every year we just update that game with the new things we make. That could be interesting. But I feel like it would also get really bloated at a certain point, and nobody wants to download like 20 gigabytes of a title for one game that's on there they might want to try out. So probably separate titles would be better. Or just have like one base game with, you know, DLC, but they're just free add-ons that you can add to the main game. That might work too. Okay, what was I doing? I was making okay, I wanted it to be part of the foliage system, but do we actually want to place these with the foliage? What benefits would that provide us to place? Did I make changes with this? I don't think I made changes. UE5 foliage system. Foliage mode. Maybe they talk about some of the benefits here for it. I mean, the benefits to it are the obvious, where we can place large amounts of parameterized, whatever the fuck, okay, place large amounts of actors with parameters, so we can, you know, randomly rotate them and scale them up a bit if we need to, or down a bit. I suppose having it all on one layer would be really nice too. Oh, choline, okay, yeah, choline is nice. That way they're not just always visible to the player. Recomputed the several settings, so light maps, ability. Yeah, you know what? Maybe it is still useful to do. Yeah, no, it is. It is. Yeah. Nope, we're not going to place them by hand. We will place them with the foliage system. New actor foliage. Yeah, that's where they should be placed. Ingredients, no, foliage. Foliage, okay. Actor foliage, flowers 1. And we should probably set these up in a good way. First, Z offset. I think the flower meshes themselves already have. Okay, I think the static meshes for the flowers already have Z offset, but I can double check. Meadows, meshes, foliage. Yeah, they already go into the ground a little bit, so we really don't need to give them extra Z offset. Align to normal. Yes. Random yaw, yes. Cold distance. I actually don't remember what cold distance we would want to use. The bushes, I think, are at a pretty good value. We could try with the bushes cold distance. I don't remember what they are, though. Zero 50,000. Cast shadow. Effect dynamic indirect light. I'm gonna do it this way. Why don't I have the scale here? Maybe you can only adjust scaling in this panel, not here. Oh well. Yeah, no collision. I'm still not quite sure what HLOD is. Hierarchical level of detail. Hierarchical. What's the difference between hierarchical level of detail and just regular LOD? HLODs can replace multiple static mesh actors with a single combined static mesh actor at long view distances. How does that work? Okay, so you need to use like a volume. We generate clusters inside the HLOD outliner. 2 separate clusters, one containing the static mesh actors inside the volume and the other containing the static mesh actors that are not inside the volume. Okay. I mean, that would help. It would help. But I feel like it's not good for the foliage that we're painting. It would be a lot more useful for something else. So I think we'll just not include that. With world. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Actor class, this will be the flowers. The collectible ingredient. Okay. Now we should be able to paint flowers in. But we need to add it up here. Content, alchemy, foliage, flowers. Hey, look at that. And they are part of the foliage system, which means we don't have our outliner cluttered with a million things. Where is our foliage? Are they not? They're not considered part of the foliage, so it is actually just painting in new actors into the outline. Okay, well, that's fine. Whatever. The good thing is we can actually know just how many are in the scene at any time. And if we needed to make big changes to them, we can do it all at once. Should attach. Yeah, plus it's just going to make painting it easier too, because it'll automatically rotate them for us, scale them up or down a little bit. We can make them just a little bit larger, a little bit smaller. Yeah, looks good. Okay, crash the editor, wonderful. That kind of Monday, huh? Why does that crash? Why does that crash it? It's not going to be great if I can only place these actors, but I can't remove them. Why does it do that? Maybe it's because okay, it's real. Why do you do this to me today? Technically they are separate instances, so instance foliage actor 0. Yeah, well that's great and all, but I can't remove them from that. Maybe if I just try removing one at a time. UE5, removing foliage. Crash. Da, It's 5.3. I couldn't find anything. I mean, maybe it's some issue with the blueprint, but I don't know why that would be the case. I don't really know. We could just try deleting them and... I mean, that does work, right? It seems to. Really annoying. But I can't even select them properly in the outliner. Really weird. I accidentally clicked the ground and I pressed delete. Fuck me, just... I'm not doing this today, Unreal. You hear me? Actually, you guys are fine. I shouldn't do that to chat. Do that to my screen. Do any of you guys... Okay, I have a question for you guys in chat. For you lurkers. Do any of you have a Fitbit or a tracker? I ordered a Fitbit. Probably gonna arrive like tomorrow or something. So I need to get some aspects of my health under control. I'm just curious if you guys, you know, like what you're wearing, like what you're using. I had one for years, but don't anymore. You do. Do you guys enjoy it? You know, does it seem to be accurate? Are there any like tweaks or hacks that you would recommend to make the most of it? I should mention, like, I mainly am gonna probably use it for like heart rate monitoring, body temperature, you know, just like certain things regarding like my heart and shit, because I guess some scary shit happened is my heart. Can like the Pokemon Go to track your steps when you don't have your phone on you. Huh? That's not quite the hack I was looking for, but that is okay. That's fucking funny. That's actually pretty funny. That's kind of true. I mean, I might start going to like a gym as well. So it would be nice to have it there just so I can kind of get readings of how I'm doing with my fitness. Right now I'm having problems where I believe it's being caused by like dehydration and high body heat. But I have like a scary high heart rate sometimes when I wake up at night. Like really I'm sleeping. I should not have a heart rate of like 120. Or sometimes it feels even faster. Got one a long time ago for my husband's work. It wasn't exciting. I have a smartwatch too that worked just as well, but the battery is not great. Interesting to see what a panic attack looked like. Oh God. I don't know what's going on with me, but I really need to just get some data and take it to a doctor. I might die, you guys. I might just die one day. Who knows? Everybody's dying. I want to use this foliage just to paint, but if it's going to crash when I try to remove... I don't know what to do. Have you spoken? I don't even have health insurance right now. I do not even have health insurance. Where is the... I just need to remove something to see if it's working. Yeah, that's working. Hey Bartosz, how you doing? So this works, but if I paint the actors... Oops, didn't mean to paint the tree. And I erase them. Crash. You don't have what? I don't have health insurance right now. It's too expensive. And I sure as hell can't rely on public health insurance. Just so they will have you go and take some blood tests and whatnot. Yeah, I probably should. Dude, or did not leave. Dude, it's too expensive. I don't make enough money for health insurance. And if I rely on public health insurance, it's just gonna take months to get shit done. It's because of old people. Old people clog up the system. They want to get checkups every other day. Which seems like it should be really easy to solve. You just should put... You should put a limit on it, on the ones that before you have to pay. I can see if cardio will fix you, but it's unlikely. Or, no, I agree. I absolutely need to do cardio. I have, I'm really bad about it, but I bought a jump rope, like a nice jump rope, and some leg weights. Stretch? Okay, I will stretch. I bought a jump rope and some leg weights, and I want a jump rope with leg weights on. So, I think that would help. Do some like, what are the ones where you jump, you go down, you do a push-up, then you go back up and you keep doing that. Hydrate with my Pepsi. I will hydrate with my Pepsi. I want to do those. We don't have a lot of like space in our apartment to do anything at home. And I kind of wish I had a pull-up bar because I would enjoy doing like pull-ups and shit. That is not high. It is. Despite what people think, this is not diuretic. This is water. It's just tasty water. It's spicy water. All right, I have some water. Hopefully it's good. Yeah, we'll take it. It's got some diseases in it. It's okay. Yeah, I think that the I think it's just like dehydration, high body heat, and just overall bad health are causing a ridiculously high heart rate when I sleep sometimes. My chat can yell at me for coffee. I can yell at you for so. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. True. Should I put a donation goal for getting health insurance? Hey chat, help me out. I don't want to die before this game is finished, so. Because if my parents saw, I mean my parents I think do watch my VODs. So the moment I actually will know, I'll know. I've said I don't have health insurance. I think they believe that I do. So if they get mad at me in the next couple of days, I'll know that they watch my VODs. Mom, yeah, she would. They absolutely would if she knew. My parents will be like, Joseph, Paul, you said you had insurance. Ground him. That would make me healthier. Go to your room and stay there. Okay, I won't get hurt. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we need to make more of these interactables. Foliage, no. Ingredients, blueprints. Okay, pink flower. We need to make more mesh blueprints. Green mesh. Oh, that's the BPI. Well, we can duplicate this because we can make multiple of the same type. Variables. Setting. Yeah, so we can duplicate this. We can do gradient mesh flowers, pink flowers, 2, pink flowers, 1. And then we can change like the locations of this. That way we get a little bit of diversity in the pink flowers. Hey, Datu. This grass is too green. Oh, I forgot how grass looks due to fucking snow, yeah. It was pretty cold today, too. What temperature was it? It was 18 Celsius, but it felt colder than 18. Maybe that was just me. I don't know. Okay, so now we have we have 2 different versions of the mesh. We could make a construction script that chooses between the mesh, or we just... make 2 foliage actors. How goes it? It's going well. It's going well. I wanted to stream to you guys some more Dragon's Dogma on the weekend, but we instead streamed more old school RuneScape. Thinking about it, my husband might be going through something similar. High heart rate sleeping, trouble sleeping, yep, trouble getting enough breath. Yeah, I feel like I don't take deep enough breaths when I sleep for some reason. He needs to exercise, change up his diet a little, and I guess weight. His blood pressure is apparently on the thick side. It has something to do with him living all his life at a lower altitude. His body's still adjusting. Yeah, I don't know what my fuck, you just said it. You used the word and I can't think of it. The blood pressure. I don't know what my blood pressure is like. And it's really weird. I have terrible time sleeping. I probably roll around like 30 to 50 times a night. You know, I sleep on like my stomach, which of course doesn't help breathing, but it's because sleeping on my back hurts. Well, sleeping in every position hurts, to be honest. It's really bad. I've kind of learned to live with it, and oddly, I seem to have more energy than some other people. I don't know what it is. They have flowers 1, so if we duplicate this, let's rename this to pink flowers. Picks up the redirector. Ingredient mesh full. I mean, if we can select the mesh, if we can give the ingredient mesh an array of meshes to choose from, I don't know. Blocked elves is a task today because I hate going to elves. Then I got black demons, which I'm highly considering blocking too. Elves can make a bit of money though, can't they? Because you can get the teleport crystal. I thought elves are really easy to get to because you can just teleport directly to them. And then they have that, oh, maybe it's only in Prifdinus. Maybe it's only in Prif that you can get them. Okay, yeah. It might only be in Prif that you can get that high rate drop. You can probably purchase a device to monitor your blood pressure. They're pretty affordable from the looks of it. I miss going to pharmacies in the US. I don't know if they still do them because I haven't been to the US in, you know, a number of years, and then I just didn't think to check when we were there, but they had the free blood pressure testing machines. But I probably should just pay for it, like a generic checkup. Unfortunately, I'm getting to 30 years old and, you know, men need a certain, let's just say, check of a certain part of their body when they get to roughly that age. You know, with the blue glove and all. What was I doing? I got really distracted. Alchemy. Ingredients, blueprints, ink flowers. So I was thinking of making the next time destroyed amount to add ingredient. I think we'll make an array of static mesh. Well, it's a blueprint, so it wouldn't be a static mesh. It would just be blueprint class. Or we do a collectible ingredient. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it that way. Collectible. That way it can't be mistaken. Object. Collectible ingredient variations. And that's an array, instance editable. Now on the flowers, class settings, wait. Why is that not working? The easy Cauldron test. Want to do medium, but that requires Barbarian Assault and Elemental Workshop 2. Elemental Workshop 2 is easy, but Barbarian Assault, that's a journey. And the thing is, if you start to do Barbarian Assault, you might as well do all of Barbarian Assault. Because, you know, for like Elite Diaries, right? And Fighter Torso. But if you do that, then it's going to be like a whole day of stuff. Which, it isn't bad, it's pretty fun, but you have to learn each of the roles. Why is that not working? It says instance editable. It should appear here, but it doesn't. Hey, Cusper. Oblivion music, I see? Yeah, we're just listening to some 10-hour playlist. As long as I'm talking over the music, it doesn't seem to get claimed on YouTube. But it's a risky one to use. Granted, we don't even monetize on YouTube, but how was the Cauldron? I'm trying to get these fucking actor foliage to work. Unfortunately, there's a bug right now in Unreal where if I try to erase actor foliage instances, it crashes. I don't know why. I also don't know why my array is not working here. Maybe I need to... Editing this value in a class default object is not allowed. Huh? But it's not a child. Well, it is. I'm also spelling collectible wrong. I'm an idiot. Idiot. Stupid. Yeah, we are. We are working on it. I just need to change. Alright, there we go. Fix up. Why can I add it here? Well, maybe I'll just do an array of... We'll just do it like that. This all is your work or is it demo level, some content pack? It's all my work. I've done everything in this level so far. We're just working on putting in some other shit right now. Thank you. I mean, all of the assets are from asset packs, but so far, you know, we've placed it all, and are just working on cleaning some stuff up, adding some more things in. But yeah, been fun. Been learning some stuff. I'm not good at it, but I think it looks all right. Collectible ingredient classes, but why does the other one show up? Probably because we need the meshes. Yeah, it's the mesh blueprints, ingredient mesh. Pink 1, pink 2. Working on your level 2? Yeah, how's that going? It's random mesh set child actor class. Hopefully this means that when we place it down using the foliage system, it will randomly choose a different mesh to use. Hopefully. Which means we can get rid of this. We'll just call this AF Pink Flowers. Fix up the redirector. Go to save, go to foliage, this system, and we will paint this on. Okay, yes. Can confirm it is working. Slowly I can send you screenshots later. Yeah, that'd be great. I have to go shopping after work though, so just remind me, because sometimes I go shopping, I get back, and I forget to look at things. We need to schedule our game jam and a meetup, because I want to tell you and Cheeks about the kind of like our business plan, our like goals for this year, and just talk about it and get on the same page. We need to schedule a time to do our game jam and kind of think about what we want to achieve with that. And also just catch up with you guys, because I haven't seen you guys in like months. It feels like months. I don't remember the last time we met. Ugh. Bartosz, do you want to meet up with us too? Are you still watching? You can come hang out. Come to a meetup and a drink, alcoholic or non. Okay, so this is cool. So I've created a way to spawn instances and give them automatic variations, which is cool. When? We don't know yet. When you start doing Cauldron stream. What do you mean, Casper? Oh, wait, that's the last time we met? Okay, so that was like... Was it November of last year? Sometime, I think it was November. So this is good. So I only need one actor foliage type to do multiple variations, which is great because I don't need to like combine... I don't need to have a million different things just for variations. It's now all going to be counted as one. This week can be cold as fuck, so let me know when. Yeah, do we want to do it when it's cold, or do we want to do it when it's a bit warmer? I'd at least like to do it sooner, like this month. That way we can talk about what we want to achieve and what we need to bring to publishers. Which is going to be, mostly what we did like last year. With our game pitches. Except with a better aspect ratio on these, instead of being in 16:9 aspect ratio. The good thing is we'll have something playable, right? So that's gonna be huge. I don't care if it's cold or warm if we are inside, that's true. Let's see. Alright, so the cool thing is we can now paint these just like this if we want. I mean, this is just an example. And now we can see them. The cold distance is about the same as bushes, so it's a little hard to see, but when you're in there, you can kind of notice it and you can harvest them. And we'll make it so, we'll make the system so that they will grow back over time. We just need to hook that up with the time of day system that ultra dynamic sky adds. Perfect. For 21.9, so please fix. Well, what I need to do is actually set the ratio to actually be what default paper is, right? Because I made it on a screen, on a 1920 by 1080 screen, which was stupid because I set the presentation size to exactly that, but they should be, proper full page, so they actually fit inside the protectors. And they're just easier to print out because then you don't have any white space. So, they want to print it out for like their marketing team or whatever. Or for some presentation, they don't have to worry about the cropping. That was just a mistake I didn't think about. But now I know. Also the color. You need to set it to CMYK color. You need to specify certain printing options, and even then it's going to appear a bit darker when you print it than it appears on your screen. So, lesson learned there as well. All right, let's make some more actor foliage types with the foliage that we actually have right here. We could do it with this bush. Because this bush has flowers, and it'd be cool to paint some of this bush around. And then just switch it between this bush and one without flowers. I don't know if there's one that's similar. Probably this one. Oh yeah, it is the exact same bush, just this one has flowers and this one doesn't. You can see it here, it uses the same. It's even called the same too. Bushes new for flowers. Perfect, perfect, perfect. The thing is, we specify actors to delete, but we might need to just do a quick refactor to the way that it handles that so that we could specify an actor to replace. Yeah, let's do that. B is destroyed when collected. False. You could just make an enum, like harvest behavior. That might be wise. Ian's blueprints. E harvest, or let's do ingredient harvest behavior. We'll put none in there, just to have it. Destroy. Change actor. Hide meshes. Yeah. Flexible ingredient, new variable. Harvest behavior. All right, and we will change this to a switch. None, destroy, destroy. Hide meshes here. Change actor. A lot of this is going to be similar, but okay, and we'll do harvested. New actor when harvested. Gradient mesh. Class reference. Well, no, probably not here. Not here. No, that just needs to be a BPI to the collectible ingredient. Wrong location. We needed. Add mesh. Change mesh. Or we'll do toggle mesh. Yeah, and that'll actually be the same. We can keep that there, actually. For the time being. And then in collectible ingredient. Ingredient mesh, show meshes, hide meshes. Toggle mesh. Let's make the bush. Yeah. Make the bush. Create child blueprint class. BP. Collectible ingredient. bush. Flowering bush. And we will change the... We have to make the mesh now. Is our child, right? Yeah. The gradient mesh. Flowering bush. Add static mesh. Which you could probably add that static mesh to the parent. Probably should do that. What was it called? It was bushes, new, or flowers. Why does it not show anything for the child actor? Clearly there. Interested which way is better to do it, foliage or PCG? I don't know what the parameters you can set for PCG is. The reason, because the reason I do it with foliage, number one, is that I can control exactly where something is painted, if I want to, right? Like I can make the size big, and I can just drag it around and paint a whole bunch if I want. But I can also make it specific, and I can just paint these in certain locations, and then it will, automatically rotate them, and I can adjust them in mass. I assume you can probably do very similar things with procedural content generation, but you have to set up the parameters to support that. And at least for me, and at least for the demo level, because of its size being rather small, I would much rather have more manual control, even if it takes me more time to set it all up. That's my thought, at least. Why is this... Why is this doing what it's doing? Ingredient mesh flowering bush. Flexible ingredient. That is how we did it, right? Flexible ingredients, mesh. No child act. It's really weird because when I copied this, it was giving it the flowers. Am I losing my mind here? BP collectible ingredient. Go to BP collectible ingredient. Why does it show there being... Oh, it's because I put in here the defaults. We don't want the defaults in here. I'm stupid. We want them in here. Okay. I messed up. I was absolutely losing my mind. And then in here, I think we still... Okay, yeah, flowering bush. Fucking hell. I just want to close everything related to these stupid pink flowers so that I don't see it. Okay, collectible ingredient. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Grown. Ingredient to add. Collectible ingredients have no defaults. Perfect. Mesh, no default. Here we can adjust the collision, interacting. Beautiful. Interaction text. I think we just wanted to adjust the text height. And I do not know where need it. Harvest behavior. We should probably change the default harvest behavior. Is to be destroy. This will be change actor. Now in the mesh blueprint, we take toggle mesh, get static mesh, set static mesh. New mesh is bush. 4. Or we need a flip-flop between it. Default is that it's starting with A. Okay. I don't really like doing it this way, but it's fine. Okay, then we can duplicate this. Foliage AF, flowering bush, and we just change this to that. Wait, that. Now we add it. If we paint with these two, perfect. The bush is very much in the ground though. We need to change the root location on that. It's fine. I mainly just want to test it out with the mesh switching. Yeah, it is working. I don't know where the text is, but oh, there it is. Okay, it works though. Oh yeah, we changed default to destroy, so it's just destroying it. Let me fix that. I think it was in here, right? Flowering bush, flowering. Alchemy. Harvest behavior. Hide meshes. We have to do some cleanup on our blueprints too. There's just the organization in my content browser is complete ass. Okay, that's working. Good. Well, perfect. Now you don't have a complete loss of color when you harvest some things. I mean, we can't really avoid it completely. I need to control Z, but it's gonna... Yeah, well, I have to do that first. Now we fix the harvest behavior. Collectible ingredient, flowering bush, mesh, and interactable, both white below. We do need it to be a little bit below because it's a, it's a bush. But that's much better. Or was it really that bad? I mean, I don't think it was actually that bad. I take it back. Go to 50 on that. I'm gonna make a new variable. B tilt text boolean. Default yes. Select and instance editable. That way on the flowering bush we won't tilt the text. It was like tilting it up. That actually centered though? I guess it is. I think that just the center of the bush is weird. Fine. It doesn't really matter. I mean, ideally, I'm probably going to move that tooltip anyway to that to the same way that we handle tooltips in the other map, in the main map, wherever it is. Where we put it in the bottom right, based on the player's current state. I think that looks better. Yeah, prototype can be messy. That is very, very much the case. I think that there needs to be a I need to make a sound alert that you guys can play. That just is me stating, like, bro, shut the fuck up, it's a prototype. You guys would definitely help me out if you could just spam that sometimes with me. It's kind of difficult though because, you know, we're streaming this, right? And I think that on the outset, when people look at the stream, they think, oh, he's making a game, this is the game. Because that is pretty much the case with all other games that people look at. When they see footage of the game, they think it's the game, they assume it's the game, but in this case, this is not the game. This is a demo level that won't even be in the final game with assets that won't be in the final game. Hard to see on stream as we have chat there, but in game it could be better than middle of screen. Yeah, that's true. Do you think the Nate's Not helm or the Imbued Slayer helm was better for Fight Cave? Nay, it's not. Well, it only really, the prayer would help. Let me take a look at the defense on it. And I don't remember what it adds for prayer. So it's +3 prayer. Has no negatives. I'd go with the helm with Nate, it's not. Just for the prayer. Personally. I mean, yeah, it does +3 attack, but +3 attack doesn't really matter. Like, the +3 prayer I think would matter more in the long run. All right, yeah, I think this looks good. I like that we don't completely destroy color when we harvest. It is a little hard to see on distance. You know, maybe we can adjust the size, maybe of the grass, but at least for now, this is pretty nice. Probably will attempt it again on stream Tuesday. You can do it. Don't forget, I had to get over 90 HP and Armadillo and a DCB before I could actually do Fight Caves. I think I even had like 95 ranged or something. Yeah, that's how bad I was at PVM. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna go back in, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna do it way overpowered. And I did it. Now I can do it with much easier stuff or just without caring, but just fucking Jad, man. He just makes you worry, he makes you stress, and then you fuck up a prayer, and then it's over. You do it, DCB. I mean, Carol's is good too, I just went in there with Armadillo. Okay, I need to delete these. Let's make it smaller. When I did, I mean, I didn't earn my DCB either. I just bought it. I'll try to earn it on Momad probably. Prototype sound ideas, cool idea? What do you mean? We have, you and I, Casper, we've had so many good game ideas. We just need to prototype some of them. We have so many good game ideas. I mean, I know ideas are simple, right? Ideas don't mean anything. Anybody can have good ideas, but we actually have some really great game ideas. If we could both make enough money from doing this that we could just sit back for like 3 months and just prototype ideas rapidly, do them, it would be so cool. We just boink you and you try to go for perfection during prototype phase. I have backlog of ideas. Oh yeah, the sound alert. Yeah, that would be nice. Sometimes I wish I could play as an Iron Man. It's kind of nice. Just don't do a restricted Iron Man. Iron Man's kind of fun. But restricted Iron Man is, that's a whole different challenge. Depending on the restrictions. Okay, so we have the foliage. Let me do one for destroy. That way we have destroy actor, change mesh, and hide mesh types. I know that you and I really want to make a detective game. Especially like one with the pin board. We gotta do that. Just want to do a group iron with a friend, really, but the problem is membership and having a friend to do it. Yeah, I don't like... Okay, so they did put Datu in the most recent OSRS survey. If there was a type of membership which you could buy that was a little bit more expensive than the current one, but you could apply it to multiple accounts, would you want that? And I'm hoping that enough people would be interested in that they'll add it. Because it would be, I would enjoy playing multiple accounts if that were the case. And the thing holding me back from it is just the cost of having to give membership to each account individually. The cool thing, so Casper, I've been prototyping, drag and drop stuff, right? I'm no expert on it by any means, right? I'm no programmer, but I think we could try to prototype the pinboard idea. It'd be really cool. Membership is shared between RS3 and OSRS, which is nice. We could probably prototype the pinboard idea in a weekend together. I mean, aren't we both learning basics? We're both still amateurs. But I am appreciating the freedom that working on this game is providing me. I'm learning a lot. I still want to specialize in game design, but it's really nice to know the workflows behind each of these features. Because it all makes you a better designer. Okay, so the implementation of this is we first make the mesh, and the meshes are the variations. By the way, they're vacuuming outside, so if you guys hear anything loud, they're just vacuuming. Honestly, one membership should be able to supply membership to a normal account and a few Iron Man. I don't know what they're going to do or how they're going to do it, but I would absolutely be interested in just pay once, even if it's a bit more, and maybe up to like 3 accounts or something. But they all have to be applied to the same jagex account, right? Level design, art, animations, AI, create mechanics, end of my horror game. Then first detective game of my backlog. We can start to just like do some initial prototyping of... I don't know how much your first detective game differs from our first detective game. But I would definitely enjoy working on some of the mechanics, or just prototyping some of the mechanics on that with you. That's what I love doing. Oh, it's way simpler. Is it more like event driven, so it's not like an open-ended system, but more scripted, I would say? Problem is, if they aren't careful with it, there will be a huge influx of bots. I don't think so, Datu. With the way that they've been changing the jagex account system, I think it's actually going to heavily deter bot creation, because they're going to force jagex account creation, and then in that they limit the number of new accounts you can make. And also, because they force jagex account creation, they'll know if one bot is detected, and they'll just ban every other account linked to that jagex account. That's my theory, at least. Honestly, I want to know what is hard part of detective game kind of project. Okay, same as first iteration of horror game. It's unoptimized build I send. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. What, just because we like it, what do we theorize is the hard part of detective games? For me, I think one of them is just creating believable scenarios with interesting threads. Anyway, heading back to bed? Yeah, no, we're start to. We'll keep up to date. I like, for me, like the idea of prototyping open-ended systems, I just love it. I love thinking about systems. And then as a systems designer, I can then make it in a way that is really easy to work from the data side, which I enjoy. Do you love Sherlock Holmes from Frogware? I've only ever watched somebody play those games. It's because then I can play one game, I can have a stream up of another game. That way I can play two games at once, kind of. Okay, let's find another mesh we can do. Mesh, foliage. What's one that we can just have delete? I don't know if we want any of them to delete, though. Because I think the mushrooms we would treat similar to the flowers, where we would have big ones and small ones, and the big ones would delete, but the small ones would stay. Same way Elder Scrolls does it, which I think is the best way to do it. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? Meshes, foliage, flowers, be the same. Vines will kind of be the same if they flower at all. Yeah, I don't think we have anything right now that we would just delete, but we could make just like a basic one, like a capsule is meant to be like a caterpillar on a tree or something. I think the biggest issue about detective games is a way to enable player to find out answer, but without constraining him with tech. Yeah. I don't know how much of improvements. By the way, don't buy Diablo 4. Not a good game. What was it called? What was the detective game that came out last year called? Very open-ended. Shadows of Doubt. I don't know how many changes have been coming out for this that have helped it, because the game was pretty buggy and kind of it wasn't as, the procedural content in it once again robs the game of its ability to be unique. Creating unique things is difficult. Creating procedural content is difficult. Creating procedural content that tricks the player into making it feel unique is the golden goose that we're all chasing, right? It's fun and unique, but no depth, yeah. Yeah, it once you solve one, pretty much the solving of others is exactly the same, and it doesn't really provide you with a unique experience investigation to investigation, right? It's the same thing in a lot of cases. Now, I will say, I think that the traversal of the world and different locations does help to make each one feel a bit different. You know, because maybe one takes place in a storefront that's very visible, so you have to find ways to get in there, kind of like back entrances, and stay away from other people. And I think others are a bit easier to get into, but I don't know, it's just, the game isn't bad. The game is really fun. I think it's a great step in the right direction, and it does a lot of things really well. But the procedural nature of it does hurt the feeling that I'm actually solving something that matters. None of the investigations actually feel like they matter in the grand scheme of things. I think we can create a system that marries evidence with creating a thesis in game using kind of smart object approach. We'll have to see it. I mean, for me, I would rather play an investigation game with a handcrafted. Yeah, I'd rather play a 3-hour handcrafted investigation than a 30-hour procedural one, if you know what I mean. And I don't know if that's just me or if that's other people and how they look at investigation games. The pin board is really nice, though. I think I like what they did with the pin board in this game. It works really, really well. It does, because it doesn't have much. It usually doesn't have, you don't need to do a crazy amount, or it doesn't really mean anything that it hurts it. Well, I absolutely want to work on a more open-ended NPC conversation system. Nah, fuck AI chatbot. If we ever needed any lines, I would just record them myself for prototype. Like, I have a studio microphone. I just come in here on the weekend. I just go line by line with Audacity, record each one. I've been wanting to work on a truly innovative conversation system, and I'm trying to do that with Cauldron Chronicles, or at least start along that road. But my bartering prototype also kind of had that too, where I think to truly make an... I don't find most conversation systems in games to be very immersive. And I think it's difficult to do as well, because you have, if we can make like a graph where you have, I don't know, over here you have freedom, which is like freedom with chatting, and down here we have make a text box, idiot. Believability. I don't think that's spelled right, but let's ignore that. For me, I actually feel as if freedom with talking and believability goes like this. For most game design that I've seen, you have like this, but then it kind of goes like this. Almost, it feels sometimes. And the amount of work to get to this point is so much more that you might as well just handcraft a few responses and you'll get like there. Oh, I'm sorry, that should be the... wait, hold on. Hold on. Guys, don't look. Don't look. I did it the wrong way. There we go. The more freedom you get, the less believable it feels. So Baldur's Gate and most CRPG are using tag system to make it more believable. I mean, to some extent that works, although I think that a party chat system has never been done super well, where your entire party can actually take place in the chat. And Baldur's Gate 3 was actually, I would say, even a step backwards from other party-based games. It actually felt really bad as a D&D game, as a party-based RPG game. The conversation system in Baldur's Gate 3 was, in my opinion, quite bad and not very RPG oriented. Even I would say Fallout New Vegas had more RPG elements in the conversation system, because it took your skills, it took your skills into consideration. Even Starfield took your factions and your previous choices into consideration in a lot of cases, especially the factions, which was really nice. I was thinking in a more modular way of talking like this. Ask when a victim has issue with suspect looking for motive could be described as ask when X had issue with Y, and player need to supply X and Y. Oh, so more like kind of, I get what you mean. And visually I would almost think of it like, wasn't it called Mad Libs? Like Mad Libs games. Like you drag and drop different things into the conversation. So it's more like you enter the dialogue tree is not much of a dialogue tree, but more of a sentence structure tree. It's like ask about person, select person, select query, and that's like, did you have a problem with X person, or did you know X person, things like that. So yeah, I get what you mean. A lot of that, I think the difficulty of that would be coming down to not creating the system itself, but creating a good user experience behind that system, making it so that selecting those variables would be quick and painless. But if we tie it with the pin board, if we tie it with the pin board where, maybe you select like a piece of evidence first or something, and then you have smart queries based on that. So like you would click the face of the person and you would say, did you know them? Have you seen them? Okay, now we define asking about something more open, like, I think Robert hated John due to the fact that John steals jokes and killed him with a revolver in the mansion. And we can make it into, I think X hated Y due to the fact that Y didn't see and killed him. Yeah, but it's like, the user experience behind that is probably the biggest, would be one of the biggest focuses. And that's the case here of where if we don't do it well, we'll end up with this kind of curve where we might have just made, spent like 10 times less time and work and just hand scripted it and made an investigation game that people actually enjoy. Like the system itself is really awesome if it can be achieved in a satisfying way. Interesting. I wonder what their data looks like behind this. Because of course this was made for for specific handcrafted investigations, right? So if we want to do something with like procedural generations, holy shit. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Oh, you don't want to, okay. Yeah. I don't either. I mean, the idea is cool. I just think that the amount of tech and work that would have to go behind that to marry it with this idea, which would be awesome, would be tough. I mean, you could still do like a pseudo-believable world like that, where you do have an open world and you have certain things occurring on certain times of day based on previous happenings. And that, that can kind of give the player. No, I know we don't want the open worlds, but I'm just saying that the goal to have, which I think players want, I'll say this, players want an open world investigation game with procedural investigations. Obviously, this is very difficult to achieve, which is why I wouldn't attempt it without the right team or the right experience. But one of the methods I like to employ, or I like to think about employing, is just the time-based or circumstance-based event system. Which can trick players into thinking that it's procedural, even though it really isn't. Yeah. Or you unlocked the dialogue option, where you did it because I found 3 out of 3 pieces of evidence. It's like, I don't know. I mean, if the story is interesting, it can work, but it's also just not very. It doesn't provide you with the feeling of being an investigator. You just interact. You are an interactor. Yeah, I also want that. Where we were talking about that before, where as a detective, imagine this: you were at the crime scene, right? You can see anything. You look at like your desk, right? Like look at wherever you guys are sitting right now. Look at your desk. Everything could be evidence. You don't know. You don't know. And so you as a detective, you need to look at it and you need to think, okay, does this have any significance? You need to, like, instead of looking at the game on things that you can interact with, things that you press E and it is marked as evidence. No, everything could be. So you need to select the item, you add it into your, your evidence board, your pin board, whatever, and then you draw the conclusions on that. Yeah, bag it as evidence, exactly. And then you can sift over that with like a investigation kind of mechanic, right? You like look at it, or maybe it's interactable like an actual phone, so you turn it on and you interact with it like that. Maybe it needs a password, so you send it to forensic, or you go in it to you find the suspect and you try to get the password from him, or if he won't give it to you, then you have to send it to another department to break into it. Yeah, it's just like you said, everything can be evidence. You bag it, you investigate it, and guess what? If you screw up, you either have to go back to the crime scene, or maybe some things won't be there, or maybe the the forensic capabilities, maybe it washed off or something, and then you just have to deal with photos. And it's like, okay, well, piece it together and try to make the claim. It would be very, very difficult to do as a system, but it would also feel really awesome. It would feel so amazing if it could be achieved well. Which is also why it's worth attempting, just because it's never been done to that extent before, but it would also provide the best feeling of any investigation game that has ever existed. What do you mean by that? I think I know what you mean, but what do you mean? Normal dialogues information is stored in game files or dialogues. Oh, so like you're thinking about it from like the data point of view? Oh, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. It holds information about its usage. Would we even have to store any data for that? I mean, if the player is drawing the conclusion themselves, they could draw the right conclusion with the wrong evidence, in which case it just won't be a very strong case, even if they're correct. They can draw the wrong conclusions with the right evidence. So it's not that we have to store data on the objects. Like, we don't have to store that the player has discovered X object and therefore now player can select certain dialogue choice. It would just be player has collected object as evidence, and so this is now an object that can be used for anything. So you get that conclusions are a way to talk to NPCs. I mean, we also want to give the player the ability to lie, right? To make things up to draw information out. Like you've watched The Wire, right? You remember the scene, I think it's in the last season, where Bunk and McNulty, they use the picture of Bunk's kids as a way to, they lie to the guy they're interrogating, that these were his kids. Now they're left alone. You need to write a letter. Or maybe that was the first season. Maybe that was the first season with D. I smell mug that was on his desk. It would be, I don't know. It would be a really awesome system if we could do it right. Okay, we have the foliage. Do we want to place I don't want to place the foliage now because the game crashes if I try to remove it. I'm going to finish up the desert area. If you think bored all items you bagged as evidence, you can then use them to create a conclusion and use that conclusion to... Okay, so I see what you mean. So you can create custom conclusions so that it's easier to quickly ask NPCs, like, not presets, but just, I think these are linked, so now I can quickly select it and make talking to NPCs faster. Instead of doing the same thing 5 times, I do the thing once, and now I can just use that here. So essentially like a big boost to user experience. Landscape. Add. Where's my ad? Talk about it during meeting. When the item used in conclusion can hold information on BC should react to this evidence. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it. do it like that. If you ask us about every item you find on crime scene, you will get tired or angry, so you have limited questions. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Although he might get tired, or you know, he might get, you know, LA Noire. Well, it had the right idea. I think it was just some of its technology was a little bit too early. But I think leaning into like personality and body language is also great. In LA Noire. Oh, you've been playing with metahumans? I have not looked at that yet at all. Mostly, I'm curious how it would do with like stylized character designs, or like Cauldron Chronicles. But at the same time, I don't want them to have any uncanny valley effect. So I'm not really sure what I want to do with all of it yet. I'll have to think about it. I don't care if this looks really a really old school way of blocking off of a level, but you know what? Fuck it. You go for quick shopping, you can use that as first reference and tweak it. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to, I don't know, it sounds really exciting, and I love ways of pushing the, how do I want to word that? Like pushing the boundaries of certain systems is of great interest to me. Yeah, no worries. And we're probably going to try to hide this pathway a bit. And have it like... how do I want to do that? Let me bring it up a little bit, and then I want to curve the path around this way. We'll fix the painting on it in a sec. Let me see. Sand back up here. Probably could do it a little bit better with blending. Smooth that out a bit. With here, like, I kind of want to bring this up. So it can kind of merge better into that, so that's not what I wanted. Don't think the player is going to be able to see. No. So we'll just paint the pathway in, and that'd be pretty good. I don't think you can see past that hump, so should be pretty good here. And then we'll get some grass added back in. Okay, I think that's gonna be good. We're still gonna put the invisible walls up, so all this has to do is be decent. Just has to be decent. I don't know what you would classify this biome as, but I'm just kind of making it up as I go. We gotta fix this too. Look. Maybe I will add a landscape here. That'll help us blend it. Foliage, erase. Rid of that. Fix it up. All right. Basically just gonna do that, and then I'm gonna fix the... Okay, so for all the shit that I claim about Baldur's Gate, I actually started up an honor mode run on the weekend. And it's pretty interesting so far. I think the thing that makes the biggest difference to it is just the single save aspect of it, where you are stuck with your decisions. In terms of combat difficulty, it's not too bad so far. I'm sure we'll see how that stands up once I get to some of the tougher content. But at least for now, it's not bad. I'm gonna put sand back up on these, by the way. I wanna get the stone set up well enough. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna paint the sand well over the grass and dirt. Gonna look really dumb. Wow. Okay. We're gonna do it like this, and then I'm gonna start blending it into the rocks. We're gonna do a much lower tool strength, a bit bigger, and I'm just gonna go like this. Kinda wish I had like a decent looking sandstone type thing, but fine, it is what it is. Only need to paint the back of this, do I? Nah. Okay. That looks okay. Ish. I just need to fix up the bottom two. Be a lot of the same. Okay. This is looking okay. Some of that dry grass into the edges here. Not the most realistic. As long as it looks okay, though, I'll be happy. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty okay. And we could probably start putting some dry grass. Fuck! Dry grass. Right. Dry grass. Jesus Christ. Nobody clip that. Nobody clip that. Hey, don't do it. It's not being immortalized. Okay, that looks pretty good. That's pretty good. We can put some trees up here too, at some point, just to help give that a bit better of a background. can I put in some mountainous areas? I pull in new meshes. I want to copy these ones because they have trees all over them. I kind of want the just ones without trees. Where are they fucking from? Terrain. SM terrain. Terrain 2 and 3 seem to be our proper ones. It's pretty big, but actually it being so far in the distance does really help it. It might look okay. Need to make sure it's not coming through the terrain at all. Yeah. Then I can do let's see. I think that's the same cliffside we're looking at, right? Maybe just rotate this a bit. And then we need to hide this edge with trees and bushes. You don't really see it from the ground. And we're not going to let the player get too high up on these dunes or anything. Yeah, we will, we'll just make sure to delete anything from, it looks too silly. What can the player see? They're probably only going to be able to walk to about here. So anything that they can see from about back here, which seems relatively decent. Plus, if we place just a little bit of stuff up here, I think that it's going to help a bit. And same with there. I can accept it. Alright, let's erase some of the bad actors. Anything directly on the pathway. See, that one was okay, but this one I want gone. Player can't see back here, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that looks okay. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. What can players see when they're up here? Can't really zoom in far enough so that any seams that might be seen from up here, they're just not. They're not close enough to actually matter too much. I might put something over in this corner. Looks a bit barren when you're up here. Yeah, we'll do that. Pretty decently sized level, isn't it? It's not terrible. Why is this over here? You can't even see it. I think this is the one that I meant to put over here, maybe. Yeah, that looks good. And we can duplicate some of these. Damn it, stop it. Pop you out. Might duplicate some of these big cloud actors too and put them up in certain locations. To help sell that skyline experience. The one thing I don't want it fucking up though is the visibility of the planet. I don't mind it being accented by these billboards. Definitely don't mind that. I want it covering up. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, to remember that we're going to be seeing it from much lower to the ground. Okay, that looks pretty good. And there was also a fog actor, I think, somewhere. This one? Big ol' fog. And I'm gonna put it like here-ish. Okay. Where's this rotation? Look. Not volumetric, is it? No, it's 2D. That's just. What is going on with this? Is it not just a plane? Going crazy? Yeah, it's a plane. Why can I not rotate it properly? The hell? I don't even see it on the outliner. What the hell is this? Like, it's not even in this scene. Plane instance 0, and all it has is a transform. What the fuck is this? Or it was like a fog card. Weird. I don't fucking know. Do not know. Roll intensity, Fresnel power. I do know that some of these, though, look kind of bad at nighttime. Let me see which ones they are, because I think it's the clouds. I think it's because they have emissiveness. And we can fix that easily. It's the fog. I swear that's what this should be. I just don't know why it's looking like that. Really bad. No, the same thing happened to this one. It's something like with this fog card, it messes it up or whatever. I don't know. It's like the moment you place it down and you adjust it, it's fine now. I can move it around, I can do what I need with it. And then the moment I click off of it and back, yeah, it's just weird. Really, really weird. I don't know, but we'll fix the material. M-fog, emissive. There's a lot of shit plugged into emissiveness. We could try to clamp it. This being clamped. But I want it to look more like these clouds, which just don't have emissiveness at all. Because the moment we plug one into them, they're gonna look the same way. So what if we just delete and we they still show up even? I think they use emissiveness to even function. Yeah, we might not be able to use these at all, just to how they look at night. Yeah, let's delete them. We can always modify the cloud cards anyway, I think. Maybe not. Fuck it. Fuck it, don't need them. Let's change it back to daytime. Alright guys, give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back. BRB. That felt good. A little bit of a stretch. Do 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 do. Good stuff. Hide. Okay. This map is actually a lot bigger than I kind of intended for the demo map to be, but it's fine. As long as we can fill it, you know, with things that are reasonable, I don't see a problem with that. Ooh, we should roughen up just a little bit this desert. Give it some noise. Yeah. I'm gonna do it on a larger scale. A lower tool. It's not a lower tool strength. Very low tool strength. Alright, let's see how that looks. Let us go that way. I mean, I might repaint a lot of the trees. It depends on how we set up some of the ingredients that are supposed to spawn, like, on trees, if we want to keep those, like the bark or the caterpillars. I prefer not to have too many white boxes for the demo map, just because they do really stand out unless that's all you're using are white boxes. But then if you're only using white boxes, nothing stands out, so it's hard to get a picture of where you need to go and what certain landmarks are. We can just make like a colored capsule or something, or a mesh that looks like a caterpillar. That would work. Things can look simple. I don't think that they should look shitty. Okay, how does this deserty area look? Just got a little bit of bright grass in there still. Thought I got rid of all that. Okay, the dunes look nice, especially once we added some noise. You can tell there's a dip in here, which is good. Can't really see that there's water in there until you go over there. That's fine. Not a bad thing. Skyline looks pretty good. You can kind of tell that they are plains, but it doesn't matter. Does not matter. And then I think the noise we added here works well. We just need to add some... We can find some like sandstone rocks or something, which I think we might be able to find some on the Quixel Bridge. But I'll just get like the lower medium poly versions. Okay, so there it is. Make sure to save everything too. Okay. Collections, environment, natural. Sandstone. Is a lot of good stuff in here. I will say that. Yeah, there's some rocks, there's some... Problem is they're not going to look very stylized. sign in. Am I not signed in already? Wish I could see it bigger. Mud rock. Oh, the limestone quarry from their demo. Yeah, there's some good looking stuff in that, wasn't there? Yeah, there are some good rocks in here. Let me do it this way. Let me sign in because I think I don't want my password and stuff yet. Credentials I'm using are not invalid. Okay, they were invalid. Oopsies. They're small. I'm curious what one looks like. Let me pull one in. Okay, that's like really tiny, the size. It's not even small, it is absolutely minuscule. If I scale them up, they might not look the greatest. This one's a bit bigger. Oh, looks cool. Yeah, let me try that again. Latest assets. I mean, I think that the game could look really good too with realistic looking assets. I just don't know if people want it. Maybe I'm crazy about that. So many games are trying to use realistic assets these days. It's just a little much, in my opinion. Okay, downloaded, add. I mean, it really doesn't fit. And I mean, it looks fine scaled up. It's just the colors, so maybe I could kind of fix that, maybe. Not the albedo, is it? Can I give it a tint? No. Yeah, with the way they set it up, it kind of... Well, it's supposed to be... I'm supposed to be able to give it a tint. Did not work? It doesn't really seem to be working. Shit. Yeah, we would need something lighter. Everything from here is too dark. Like some of this stuff is lighter, but it's just not gonna fit right. Not gonna fit right. Home. 3D assets. Nature. Rock. Sandstone. Try this one. Actually, that does fit a bit better. That is at least workable. I wonder how big this is. 7 megabytes, 16 megabytes, 17 megabytes. Lovely. Do we need it this high quality? Nah, that's good quality. Looks shit, but not ass. Texturing's a bit messed up here, though. Actually looks like the mesh itself. Fine. Anything else that would look good? I don't want things that are large enough that I could scale them up and they won't lose a huge amount of quality. My package is available for pickup. I didn't get a message about it though. Kinda weird. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. I can try it tonight then. See how shitty my sleep is. Because it apparently like it gives you a score of how good your sleep is. Isn't this the same folder? Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm just curious how bad it's gonna be. I like the darkness. Yeah, this one's good. Like the slight redness of it is really nice. Oh, that is the right one. The fuck? Oh, hold on. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Especially if I rotate it a little bit. We have these three that we can play around with that don't completely destroy the immersion, in my opinion. These are really small. This one's pretty big. This is like dirty sandstone rock, though. Mud rock. Dirty rock. I mean, we'll make it work. That's a pretty good boulder. Good size. Color is fitting too. Maybe we could place rocks along this back edge here. We do have quite a few like cliff faces. Huge sandstone cliff. It's just gonna look really, really good quality. It'd be such a good quality compared to. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, plus it would be adding like multiple hundreds of megabytes to the project. And the quality difference between that and everything else would just be absurd. Not worth it. Not worth it. What the fuck? A record 33.6 million of people logged into Steam. Where's... Oh yeah, look at that. Steam Peak? I wish I could see the... Wow. One million people are playing Counter-Strike 2 right now. Jesus Christ. Why do so many people play Counter-Strike? I don't know about you guys, but for me, the most enjoyable Counter-Strike games are like the first couple games. Like before Global Offensive. Am I just a boomer? I'm millennial boomer. Okay, so we can kinda... kind of do some interesting things with these if we want. I don't want to put a whole bunch of rocks in here, but I at least want to make it look a bit more interesting than it currently does. I really don't like this one. Might just delete it, worst case. But I think it could be kind of cool for some things. I really don't like it. Whatever, don't look at it, okay? If you don't like it, then don't look at it. Oops. Okay, look, the desert's easily gonna be the worst part of this. Don't pay attention to it. Don't look at the rocks scattered about in weird ways. We'll think of something to do over there. For now, we'll leave them alone. Plants. Oh yeah, I got that purple flower. I forgot I did that. We could use that. I think it was because it looked like... Why did I get this? Don't know. I completely forgot that we obtained that though. Okay, any major issues that we need to clear up? Any weird things with terrain? I was looking into swimming, like asset packs, like for being able to swim around. I couldn't really find anything that looked good enough. I would really like to put sea life in, but maybe it's not going to be for the prototype. Not for this demo. It'll be yeah, I'd like to have it publishers, so if you pay us enough, we can add it into the final game kind of thing. We put a beach in this area, or did we only put a beach in? Might have only done it on the other one. Oh, I really need to fix the grass going in this. That's fine. We'll get to that. Maybe I should add swimming though. There's got to be some asset pack from Epic, right, that has swimming. Something. Epic Games content. What do they have? They have a lot. A lot of metahuman stuff. Musical pack. Oh, it's just musical instruments. Stackobot. You know, I actually remember this. I meant to download that and try that, but I forgot about doing it. Oopsie. Yeah, like there's all these Edith Finch areas, but they don't really have any swimming in them. Didn't you swim in Fortnite though? Don't you think they would have released something like that? I have a lot of packs. I have a lot of stuff actually. I should be better about utilizing asset packs. Especially for, you know, mechanical things. Like game mechanics. I just try to steer away from that because they often aren't the most modular. They aren't always, but they often aren't the most modular. And it doesn't teach me how to utilize it, usually. So making it from scratch, especially if it's something that's relatively simple, is better for my knowledge. Low poly cats. Kind of want to add the low poly cats into my game. Cliffs. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, but I don't think there's any. There's an ocean floor environment. Some of the stuff here would be pretty nice. Could make use of it. Like the kelp and some of the rocks, the coral. Does this come with a... Hold on, does this come with a swimming system though? I highly doubt it. They're probably just gonna show it to me in, yeah, cinematics. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody will have an idea of what we could do for swimming. I don't know how hard it is to make from scratch. Worst case, we could just buy one of the shitty looking ones and just try to make it work, but... Surprised. I'm really surprised that Epic has not released anything for swimming yet. Okay. We wanted to put something up here, something like a tower. We could do that, and then I'm gonna have to leave a little bit early today. A little bit before 4. Let me load up the map. Let me load up the demo map. Yeah, save it all. Oh, I didn't think about it. Actually, that Wild West town, that might have the cactuses. Shit. What's that called? What's that? Like Western. No, it wasn't that. Old West, I think it was like Old West Learning. Yeah, this has some vegetation that we could make use of. That actually looks really good too. This whole scene looks pretty good. Let me create a project for the. Oh, it's only Unreal 5.2. Are you serious? Damn it. Why do you do that to me? A cacti. But it's like, that kind of looks like it's about it for vegetation. Apart from grass. Wait, they took screenshots of all the props. But not the vegetation. Okay, they have like dead trees and cacti. They are realistic looking, but might be doable. None of the cacti are flowering though, so we can't really make them into ingredients. But this one. It's kind of stylized, but yeah, it doesn't really have whatever. Whatever. Okay, so I was thinking of taking these hill towers, and pulling them into our project. Just because they're already set up. I'm kind of sad that they won't include the vegetation though. I have to select each of the vegetation pieces individually. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit annoying. Do I have any option? Delete the landscape. Where is the foliage layer? Actually, just gonna delete literally everything here. And that should include all of the actors. Just gonna control C. Don't save it. Okay. And I'm going to group all of that, if possible. It's gonna look a little silly to the bridge is gonna look a little silly if we want to place it here. But I would like to have it visible. I suppose we could do it here. We'd have to adjust some things. Or we could still put this here and then put something else. Or just delete one of the towers. Might also work. Okay, so here's what we might do. Do like the vines though. Vines look nice. Okay, let me. Did I ungroup these? Ungroup. Okay. Let's see here. Why is it like a different radius? Really? This is gonna be hell to try and line up. It's almost lined up like that. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Let's do this. Control Z. Maybe this tower would be easier to work with. We can always just group this together and we can just make it bigger. Yes. Just wanted something up on the corner here to look nice. But it's not a deal breaker if we can't really get it to look great. Yeah, it works. It's a thing. Erase. Kind of like the idea of just having some clearings, you know. I wanted to make stairs that go up to. I think we have some stairs that we could use, or some form of it. Let's see. Stairs. We have interior stairs. I don't think that's gonna look the great. Is that the collision? Probably would have to use some of the rocks as like natural stairs. And I don't like the idea of having to do it that way. However, we could always just carve into the side of this. That's the way that we did it down here, at least, was we kind of use the ramp feature, but let's see. Let's see what we can do. I think you start, you select the I don't like that first. We can do something like that. Then, you know, this is workable, right? Latin, that's massive. Oops, too fast. Paint auto landscape. Get rid of that. I'm down YouTube. Okay, how much RAM am I using? Well, it's not too bad. Only 7 gigabytes. I don't know if like CPU spikes a bit when I'm doing painting. Yeah, CPU usage is, it's a little bit. Let's put it that way. CPU usage is pretty high. Granted, this is such an old i7 in this computer that it is about equivalent to a modern i5. Let's see. Auto landscape, we're gonna keep it roughly there in terms of brush size, be a little bit lower strength. And this way we can just come in here and we can kind of clean up some of these edges. Let me increase the strength a little bit. I don't mind if this pathway is a bit thinner than usual. It's supposed to kind of feel like a once used path, you know, that kind of thing. That's at least my intention behind it right now. So if it feels like that, that's okay. Just kind of shittier in some ways than the other paths. Get more grass on it. We can try to place some foliage around here, but be very careful about it. Yeah, that's kind of fine. Mind some bushes. Yeah, I don't like that there. Skewering the view. You know, I have this idealized view here where you can see major landmarks from the start spot. That I want to kind of try to keep that in place. Just so when the player starts it up, they kind of have some... They have some feelings of where they could go. You might move this in a bit. No. Yeah, let me go in and let's... Go in bush mode. Moment. It's a big boy. Okay, I guess. I'm kind of okay with this. As long as the gradient isn't too high. Oh fuck it. Fuck this up. Actually, I like how that looks. We're definitely gonna have to work on getting some rocks in here as well. We have a lot of like landscaping work to do. Okay. That's still a group. Me that. Pull that in a bit. Do we want to use like crow effect? Crow wide. M crow plan. No idea what this looks like. Oops, we have a loading window. Where is that article? It is pretty wide, isn't it? How does that look from down here? Is it actually visible? Kind of. It doesn't look bad. It's gonna keep being there if it's like raining or something, but a little bit of movement is not a bad thing right now. We don't have any movement. I was thinking I might pull in some of the creatures that I have. Like I have some like nature animals, like deer and deer. For sure deer. I don't think it has any AI on the packs though, so I'd have to add some simple AI. Probably just to move around and run away from the player. This is what I have. Animal variety pack. $5.3. These look kind of okay, I guess. They might work. I don't know. Might work. We'll think about it. Because I'd have to add in the AI, which I can do. It wouldn't be anything special, so, you know, if you wanted to, you could scare the animals all around the map if you want, but at least having some movement would be enjoyable. Painting here. Yeah, that looks better. Get out of here. Yeah, whatever. Do we have any path? Any lanterns? The road? Meshes, props. There's like signs. Road signs. Shit, they don't have anything for... Like, I want some lights on the road, you know, so the player, if they are exploring at nighttime, they can quickly find their way back to the main road system. Check the maps. Maybe I'm missing it. Maybe it's in some other location. But they could also just be meant to be, you know, daytime maps, right? It's possible. A tower doesn't seem to have it. In which case, I think I do know of an asset pack I've used before that definitely had lanterns. Yeah, same with this one. Really like some of the trees from this pack too, actually. I'm kind of regretting not using the landscape master material from this, but it's fine. It'll work. Yeah, let me see if I can find that pack. I know it was a stylized environment, so it would work pretty damn well. Stylized. Was it? Oh yeah, you know what? We do have this stylized desert environment. I could use this to pull in cactuses and shit and little flowers. Look, let me add that. Went 4 gigabytes too, that's not too bad. Really good, actually. I don't remember if it was one of these two or something. Dynamic nature. Heck lush. No, it was not this one. Stylized forest. It was a stylized thing though, I don't know. Like, what is it called? Category. Environments. Advanced village pack. It might have been this. Yeah, this looks about right. Yeah. And that does work up to 5.3. Just need the... How big is it? Over 140 assets. Why can't I view the other? So some flowers and mushrooms. Pumpkins. Oh, we can add it. We'll see. Just delete everything that isn't the 0.4. We'll just delete everything that we don't need from it, I guess. I don't have too many clashing things, you know? Blueprint. Street lamp on day, on night. How does it read? Daytime and nighttime. Real lights in them. And all in constructions. What? Oh, here's the timeline. Why doesn't this have it though? They're just meant to always be on? This BP street lamp on day, on night. I assume that it's just on all the time. The night city instantly prayer. That's weird. The only one that actually looks like it has. This is what I mean, guys, with using asset packs. Like, you just. In some cases. Especially with like the blueprints or workable things, the amount of time it would take to update it for your own project is sometimes longer than it would just take to make it yourself. I guess this functions through the interface, the day-night cycle. It doesn't look terrible. I think it kind of fits with our theme. Is there any way that we can make it that we could tie it to our game time? Let's see. Get actor of class. Sky. Sky system. You know what? There might be triggers. There might be an interface or something for daytime and nighttime. Let me read the documentation for ultra dynamic. Let me check it out and see what it says. Read me. Not how you use that. Run editor widget. Sky. Is it daytime will output a boolean, which is true if the sun is up. Rather than specific time, you just need to know if it's day or not. This function is the one used. I guess that has to be the ultra dynamic sky object reference. Yeah. So I think what we could do is on tick, check that. We'll do a do once. Branch. Not boolean. Kind of awkward to use. I was a super fan of doing it that way, but instant. I mean, they're both going to do sequences. Or first they go to their branches, and then the second one is they reset each other. Kind of a dumb way to do it, but I think that it works. We're gonna fucking see. That might be really dumb. I'm gonna pull it over to the side here. We're gonna shorten the daytime down significantly. And just see what happens. You know what? It is working actually. Look at this. We can slow it down just a little bit and see if it looks a bit better. Let's see, 0.05, 0.5, sorry. And then this way we can check the like attenuation radius and shit. Boost it up if we need to. This is a pretty old pack, so if we need to just make some adjustments, we can do it. You can ignore the fading of everything else. That's just because of how fast the global lighting is changing. It's pretty bright, but the rose. Might have to fix that. It does look nice, in my opinion. It looks pretty good. The attenuation is pretty good. I'm a little worried about it. It kind of seems much larger than it is. Is that just because of lumen? And the real-time global illumination? Because the attenuation radius on this is pretty fucking small. The intensity, though, is it's a little bit high. You bump that down and then bump this up. I'm curious what that looks like. Really seem to help the I mean, okay, I like the range on it, but the intensity is still pretty big. But like a little too bright, you know. Too much. Wee little bit. Unless maybe the... Okay, yeah, it was being replaced. Let's see why. Being overwritten by the... We halved it. Half might be a bit too strict on it. We'll see. And then I'm going to place these around, and then I gotta get going for the day. We'll make sure everything's lit up before then. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's still kind of feels like 10,000, but no, you know what? It is a bit better. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, let's place these around on day on. I don't know why it's named that. On night, off day. Okay, you go ahead and prepare some shaders. Real. I won't judge you. ground yet. I'm gonna place this around here actually. I'm gonna make it look kind of like it's fallen in a bit. If you're wondering how people are still lighting this, don't question the logic. Don't question it. Although I kind of wish that the point light was off by default, but I just don't really want it on in the scene. It's just adding, you know, light unnecessarily, but yeah. Nitpicking. Do the particles disappear during the daytime? I'm kind of curious about that. Yeah, it looks like it does. Okay. That's cool. Do that. One here. We'll even put some outside of the play area just so it looks more realistic. That way the world just feels bigger than it is. Even if the player can't really get back here. Save it. Yeah, it's pretty good. And I'm gonna put one one or two in this like village here. This abandoned, ruined village. If later we want to make these so that they're, I don't know, not on all the time because they're like broken, part of the abandoned village, we can do it. For now, though, I'm mainly just focused on the experience of being able to get around and see things. Okay, that looks acceptable. Let's change it to nighttime permanently and we'll just walk around and see what it's like. If it's good enough, we'll call it there. Time of day, night. Change that back. There are unresolved compiler errors in the showcase pack. You know what? I'm gonna fucking delete you. How does that feel? You have errors now? Didn't think so. Let's wait for the adaptation to catch up. Some lumen artifacting on the cloud. We're gonna ignore that, that's fine. Yeah, it kind of helps at nighttime, doesn't it? Maybe the attenuation radius is a little bit too much. I could bring it down a bit more. I gotta fix those crows. Damn it. Like everything from this asset pack was just not meant to work if at nighttime. I kind of want to draw the player into certain places at nighttime as well. Things that they might not have seen during the daytime. Well, I think that these lights do a decentish job, even though they're still really fucking bright. They're still so bright. That helps a bit. Yeah. That'll help cut down on artifacting too. I was thinking if we have this light over here, which looks pretty good, I almost want it to be we do that, we bump up its attenuation higher. That help make it visible at all. I don't know of a way to help make that visible from further away. some kind of glow coming from there would be the most useful. Yeah, look at the lumen artifacting on the clouds. I think it has to do with those bugs. I might just get rid of the bugs. No, it doesn't really do anything. You kind of have to go over there and then you'll see it once you're up on this this dune. Oh, there's no collision on those rocks. I should fix that. Probably means there's no collision on this either. Yeah, gotta fix that. It's the same with like this here. It'd be great if there was some way to kind of get an indication that it's back there. Well, you know what? We're gonna fix those up tomorrow. Or today. I have to get going just a little bit earlier than usual. But it's good. Good Monday. We accomplished a lot today. We kind of have a good idea of how we want to approach the foliage system with our interactables. And the workflow is a little bit convoluted, but it's not too bad. It's not undoable. It's just going to be something that we need to iterate upon to make feel a bit better. We have lights in here. We have our world actually finished. You know, at least the first iteration of it. We still need to put in the boundaries for the play area so that the player can't wander out of it. We put our tower up. And we fixed some bugs too with like the planet and the cloud. The planet still seems pretty bright. Although it does look different if you simulate it. It'll look a bit, yeah, it looks better. All the way out here. Yeah, it looks great, I think. I hope that the performance isn't too bad. I am using a pretty good GPU. At least from what I see, the CPU performance is probably pretty good. Hopefully we can, you know, let people try it out with whatever GPUs they're using. Alright guys, thank you so much. Hey Mr. Squirrel, I'm really sorry. I'm actually just ending the stream. I'm really, really sorry. Terrible timing. But I will be on at the same time tomorrow. So yeah, it was what a terrible timing. If you want, you know, give us a follow and I'll let you know. You can join our Discord too, and we post updates about when we're going to be live. But at least, you know, we go live at pretty much the exact same time every day. Mr. Squirrel, thank you for the follow. Oh wait, shh. Wait for it.
Hello.
There we go. All right. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. You know, thank you for coming by. I'm sorry that I'm ending the stream right as you're coming by. I'm going to be uploading the stream to YouTube as well right after the stream. So if you've missed anything or you want to catch up on older streams that are not available on Twitch anymore, they will all be available on YouTube. What else can I say? Stay warm. Guys, stay warm. It is cold. I don't know where you guys are living, but at least for us here in Poland, it is pretty cold. So stay warm, stay safe, and I will see you guys tomorrow at the same time, 9:30 a.m. Central European time. Cheers, guys. Take care.